Mr. Chair, the YouTube is live, so whenever you'd like to start, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We also ask that you mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, you will be your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance, and the host will remove you from the panelist rule if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewa, the Anishinaabe, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credits. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever properties to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, in the event of an appeal, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third-party appeals on Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons as such, and public bodies as such terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed in the agenda, starting at item number 21. In making your submissions where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with the presentation if they desire. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and then take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment, and the clock shows when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. We'll be asking you to wrap up at that point if you're still ongoing. You don't have to use the full 5 minutes, obviously, especially when there's numerous neighbors appearing on a particular application. When addressing the committee, please start off by stating your name and address for the record, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. In a contested application, doesn't mean that contested means just that there's other people here to make comments. An application may still be contested by receipt of opposition letters, certainly, but when there's people in here that obviously The applicant then goes first, makes their presentation to the committee. And please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals made at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer an application if being substantially revised in order to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application have been informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentations. And when all other speakers have finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues and answer those questions that were raised by the neighbors, but not to introduce new information at that time. And that will then end the mark of the discussion, and the application is then taken into committee for a decision. Panels or staff, are there any declarations of interest to declare for the items before us in the 1 o'clock time slot? Okay, none to declare. We'll now start off. There are a couple of deferral requests, which we'll deal with at the outset on this afternoon's agenda. And I guess we'll go through those in order. We have items 23, 29, and 32 on the list. So the first matter that we're looking at in terms of deferral is item number 23, 4 Lauren Bruce Drive. The speaker of that is Ida Evangelista. That's to construct a new detached dwelling. We have a deferral request apparently due to a missed variance as set out in the agent's email dated January 20th. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista.
Okay, so we're going to need Mrs. Evangelista deferral here. Apparently there's a missing variance. We only have 2 variants showing on this application. Did we lose Mrs. Evangelista?
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, sorry about that. I thought I'd lost connection. Mr. Chair, members, we are requesting a deferral today. When we were working with planning for this application, we noticed that there was a variance that was initially missing. So with that being said, we cannot move forward as is. So I respectfully request a deferral.
Okay, is that, has they been able to deal with you on a specific date, or you'll contact staff and we'll just make the deferral?
If I could get on the next available date, that would be awesome.
Perhaps you could deal with
but
staff.
I'll deal with exactly. I'll deal with staff, Mr. Chair.
Okay, members, any questions or is someone ready to weigh in with a motion to defer? Mr. Kamarick? Mark.
I'll move a motion to defer so that we can have proper notice posted.
Okay. Ms. Reddick, thank you. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. The application is deferred. We'll see you back here again, Mrs. Evangelista. Be well. Okay, the next application on the deferral consolidated memo from staff, from the community planning staff, is item number 29, 2816 Bloor Street West. And it looks like this is an application to permit a townhouse use and to construct 5 townhouse units. And townhouse is not listed as a permitted use in this RM zone. The applicant for that is Pavlo Turco, as well as we have the neighbor from 2818 Bloor next door, I guess, registered to speak on this application on the merits. But is Miss Pavlo Turco?
Yes, present.
Okay. So if you could please, this matter is listed as also urban forestry is also looking for a refusal, that you're asking your deferral in a January 25th email, correct? Could you just state for the record the reason for the deferral, sir?
It was making a request and recommendation from planning staff to allow time for a pre-application consultation meeting prior to hearing the application.
Okay, thank you. Any of the staff members have any questions for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll weigh in with the neighbor on the line. Okay, Alexander Schuper from 2818 BLOOR Street West.
One moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Alexander.
Hello, is that Alexander?
Yes, it is.
Hi, if you've been listening in, this application is on a list from community planning to have this matter deferred, and the applicant has requested a deferral in order to deal with staff and perhaps make changes to the application. So I just weighing in with you as a courtesy. I assume you're on the line to deal with this matter on the merits, but that's not going to happen today.
Okay, is there a possibility I could submit my position in writing in that case?
Absolutely, but you will be, this matter will be brought back on another agenda, and you will be re-notified. So maybe you hold off on sending comments, which you're certainly at liberty to do, once you see what's before, what comes back when he makes changes. Assuming they're
Okay,
going to
that
make.
sounds good. As long as I'm fully notified, I'm fine with that.
Okay, yeah, well, you're right next door, so you're clearly in the notification area.
Okay.
Okay, sir, thank you. Okay, members, can I have a motion to defer, please? Mr. Komorek, thank you.
A motion to defer so that the applicant can process with staff.
Thank you. And a seconder for that? Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter's deferred. We'll see you here again, sir. Mr. Petorko, we'll see you here again. Okay. Okay, the last one is item number 3216 Heatherglen Road. This is an application for one-story attached garage, and we have it on the list as D2, which is a request by staff in order to deal with the applicant. So let's see if the applicant is amenable to that. Doesn't sound like an automatic deferral, but a request by staff. Nelson Espinola.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sir, are you aware that community planning is seeking a deferral on this matter?
I'm aware of that, yes. We would like to defer it so we can discuss the minor variances with the planning department.
Okay, so you're happy with that. So let's just see if members have any questions or if they're ready to make that motion to defer the matter. Members?
I don't see any questions, so I'm prepared to approve the motion to defer the matter to allow the applicant the opportunity to discuss the concerns of planning.
Okay, thank you, Reddick, seconder for that. Mr. Palmer, thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred, so we'll see you back here again, Mr. Espinola.
Chair, on
Yes,
the additional items which you didn't have, I
yes.
believe item 33 has been requested to be deferred because of issues with notice from the revised application, I believe. Perhaps
Okay,
staff can
that,
clarify that. And
item 33 A, B, and C.
Yeah, and then I'm unclear on 34 whether staff had suggested that it needs to be deferred or not. So maybe we could get clarification from them as well.
Okay, so let's call first, that's 14th, 18, 12th Avenue with, I think, 5 different parts. Okay.
Yeah,
So, okay, so what do we do with 33 first? And thank you for bringing that to my attention. 564 Horner Avenue.
Mr. Chair and members, we're trying to get a hold of the agent for item number 35 at this time. They are not present on the call. Or my mistake, I said
Sorry,
33. We're looking to get a hold of the
33,
agent for item number 33 right now.
Okay, Tanya Petrovic. So, okay, let's hold on to that for now. And the email, Mr. Palmer, you said is from the agents in terms of the notice issue. Okay. So you said, what about 34? You wanted some clarification from staff? I see we do have a last minute speaker that's been added to the this matter.
Sorry, 34, I was a little confused because I believe a member of our Committee of Adjustment staff actually suggested that it needed to be deferred. So that's why I want some clarification from them on that. But then Community Planning said they were okay with the requested revisions.
Okay.
So members, the issue was the applicant submitted the revisions very late, and usually it's too late for us to accommodate. Adam was able to do it at the last minute, but just for future records, they should be submitting any revisions to us by the deadline. Otherwise, it would be deferred. But you do have the revision pages before you, as well as the waiver forms and plans.
Okay, so it was notwithstanding, it was left to the last minute.
So the members may
able
not
to
have an
change-
opportunity to review them.
Okay, so everything is good to go on that one. So we just have to wait for number 33, but if you can't find, we can just hold that down and start hearing applications. if you
Yeah,
can't
Mr. Chair,
reach-
we are in the process of speaking with the agent for number 33, just trying to confirm the name they signed in as. I don't think they signed in as under the name they provided us, and so we're just trying to figure that out right now.
Okay.
If you want, Mr. Chair, in the meantime, maybe we can start with the first item. Or if you want to wait, that's okay as well.
Yeah, that's fine. We can proceed. I thought you said it was like imminent, but if not, we might as well go to item 21, which is 18 Bell Royal Court. We have a revision page for the agenda showing changes made that's being highlighted. So this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. And
Mr. Chair, this application will have to be deferred because variance number 2 is written incorrectly. So we have to give proper notice.
this is for 18 Bell Royal.
Yes.
Okay. Flip to the right page. There we go. Okay, so there's the agent on the line, George Lolos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair,
Good afternoon.
and members of committee as well, members of staff as well. Yes, the
Okay.
deferral has been requested because of the fact that there was a timing or misinterpretation of the notice of going out. We made some last minute comments and changes with planning, and there was some sort of misunderstanding or misrepresentation when the notice went out, so we have to ask for a deferral on one of the items.
Okay, just staff, can you, Barb, can you clarify what the reason for the deferral is? Something is wrong on the notice, the revised note?
Variance number 2, which
Yep.
state the proposed dwelling will have a gross floor area of 165 square meters plus originally 40.8%, whereas it was misleading, stating that the gross floor area would only be 40.8% of the lot area. It was missing the 165 plus.
I see. Okay. Okay, so staff, I guess there is also a neighbor at 19, I guess that's right across the street. 19 Bell Royals. We'll just have to weigh in to let him know that we're not going to be dealing with this today. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have no comments or questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calder. We'll be back, this matter will be brought back on, and you'll have an opportunity if you do at that time. Okay, so staff, item number 21 to be deferred for the reasons stated by the Secretary Treasurer.
Motion to defer item 21.
Thank you, Stan.
Going directly to March 9th. We already have the date.
Okay. Okay, to date specific, seconded by Ms. Reddick. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
we have made contact
Yes.
with the other item that that was planned to be deferred. So item number
33?
33, correct. 564
Okay.
Corner Ave.
Okay. Tanya.
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. It seems it was few technical issues regarding our application 564 Horner Avenue. In fact, we received a few days ago an email from the application technician that our application will be automatically deferred due to improper public notice. I would just mention regarding submission of our revision that it was done back in January, and after that submission, city staff produced their comment based on that revision. So I believe that we were not maybe late, since we already have city staff report based on that revision, but somehow it was missed maybe to sending of public notice. So we would agree with this request for automatic deferral.
Okay, we'll have to also, I don't know if any of the members have any questions for Ms. Pejovic. Otherwise, we have 3 neighbors on the line to just weigh in with, as a courtesy on the issue of the deferral. So the first is Derek Gray of 2 Heslop Drive. Adam, we have all 3 neighbors on the line for this application.
Mr. Chair, yes, we have all 3 neighbors present at this time, and Derek is unmuted.
Okay, Derek, as you may be hearing, if you're listening in, this matter is not going to be dealt with on the merits today.
Yes, I heard that. Yep.
So I assume you're on, I assume you have no issue with that. You will be re-notified. There will be a re-notification, and this matter will be brought back on another day. So if you continue to have questions or concerns, you'll be certainly able to do so at that time.
Okay.
Okay, thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Next neighbor on the line is Kevin Gannon of 568 Horner. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you.
We're not going to be hearing this matter on the merits today, as you may have heard. So just checking in with you as a courtesy. You will be re-notified. This matter will be brought back on another day.
Okay, any idea of when that may be?
I assume the applicant's going to want to do that. Do we have that as the set date of March 9th? Or was that the other one? So the applicant will have to be put on another agenda, and then you'll be re-notified as to the date. The next hearing is March 9th, but I'm not sure.
This one doesn't have a set date. The March 9th ones where applicants agreed in advance. Those are being mailed tomorrow. So they can reach out to the application technician on file, and they can give them an idea.
Okay, yeah, you can do that if you wish, but you'll certainly be re-notified.
All right, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. And the last neighbor in the line is Brent Davey at 14 Delma Drive.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
We're not going to be hearing this on the merits, just checking in as a courtesy. There's going to be re-notification. There was some technical issue, so the notice was wrong. So it's acceptable, and you'll have a chance to weigh in on another day when this matter is brought back forth, and you'll be re-notified, assuming you were notified on this one.
Okay. Yeah, we got notified this time. So that just means that I'll get another letter in the mail. Is that basically what that means?
That's right.
Okay.
Different. Okay. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay. Members.
Chair, I'm just gonna, if I can, I'm just gonna provide some clarification because I think I pointed this out to staff. What happened was the applicant revised their application, and what they effectively did is shift the building back with their revisions. So they improved the front yard setback situation, but then impinged on the rear yard setback. So it wasn't that there was any issue with the notice. It was that the requested revisions would have required a larger minor variance.
Or a different one. Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's really where so this shouldn't be put on staff, really.
Okay.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so is that a good segue into making the motion?
Yeah.
I just want to make an observation as well. I'm not sure if this has been caught or not, but there's reductions that were suggested in the planning report which are not reflected in the notice. So I'm not sure if that's part of the issue as well. And if it's not, maybe they can deal with that as well.
Okay, is Ms. Pejovic still on the line? Perhaps she can respond since it's been raised, those 2 comments, in fairness to her.
Yes, I'm on the line. And when we were reading the staff report, which was issued January 24th, it was in fact listed all the variances that were previously sent through the public notice. And also at the end of the report is addressed our revision and variances which were listed in our zoning waiver. So they were addressing, in fact, those revisions that were submitted during January.
Okay, any further discussion or someone ready to weigh in with that motion?
As I mentioned, we agree, in fact, with the deferral request.
Yeah.
I'll move a motion to defer so that for various reasons to clear this thing up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Seconder for that motion, Mr. Palmer, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous. The application is deferred. Okay. And I think we're on to item number 20. We're on to number 22. Okay, I think our next application is item number 22 now that we've dealt with the deferrals. So item number 22, we have a number of people appearing on this application, is 38 Daisy Avenue. And it's an application to construct a garden suite with a garage in the rear yard. There are 7 variances. We have an explanation of the variances. We have the Long Branch Character Guideline Checklist. We have letters of opposition, 4, including a matter of the 2 from Long Branch, so 2 neighbors and 2 from the ratepayer organization. And I believe that is all we have. And the speakers for this application is Miranda George, the agent for the applicant, as well as 4 neighbors, assuming Adam confirms they're all present on the line, from 7 Marina Avenue, 4230 35th Street, 3436th Street, and Andy Scholes on behalf of Long Branch Association.
So, Mr. Chair, in the additional materials, we also had a number of late letters in opposition, so I can list them: 42 35th Street, 66 23rd Street, 42 37th Street, 72 and 34 36th Street, 27 Elton Crescent, 7 Marina Avenue, 42 35th Street, 38 39th Street, 87 Alder, 1 Garden Place, 30 Lake Promenade, and 50 31st Street.
Okay, so in addition to the 2 plus 2 that I listed, we have a lot of additional opposition letters. Okay, so let's turn the matter over to, is there any other, there's no urban forestry, no. Okay, so on the issue of a garden suite with a garage in the rear yard with 7 variances, Miranda George.
This is Miranda George of Carey Lee Architects speaking. There were also 7 letters of support that were also late submitted, which I believe Nicole said could be viewed if you would like to.
Those were added way too late, so they're on the file, not before the committee today. The deadline was last week, and you should be submitting materials by the deadline specified in the notice. So the committee.
Okay, no problem. Just wanted to let you know those are from the immediate neighbors surrounding the property. Is it possible to have the drawings pulled up while we just walk through some of the variances? So we submitted this knowing this, this is a garden suite. It's fairly new type of building. So what we tried to do was submit something that is respectful of the intent of the bylaw, that is also functional inside this suite. So that is why we're requesting these variances today. The first one is for the coverage, the lot coverage. The permitted lot coverage is 60.0 meters square. We're requesting a variance for 60.9 meters square. So that's only less than a meter square over the required coverage. The second one, if you could go to a 3.20, which is page, oh, your page numbers are different, but a couple pages further in the package. A3, yep, perfect. So in this, you can see the permitted height is 6.0 meters. Our height we're requesting is 6.67 meters. For the flat portion of the roof, there's half of the roof you'll see in the next page is sloped, but on this page you can also see on the side angular plane, we have a small portion at the two top corners that's encroaching, so that's one of the variances as well. If you could go to a 4.0. Thank you. And then the other angular planes the other way at the front, which is on the left side of this section, is facing the owner's own building. So we've applied the angular plane on the other three sides where we are facing neighboring properties. It's just that we're slightly encroaching into each of them. As you can see, the back one is also fairly minimal, like the two sides. It's just the one that's the major one, I guess, is the one facing our own property. And the last variant, oh, sorry, two more. If you could go to the next page, 4.01. This just shows the platform or terrace that we're showing on the left-hand side of the section on the second floor. It's supposed to be on the ground floor, but because we have this step back that we've applied to try to apply the angular plane, we're left with this roof space that we've put into a balcony or terrace area. But to provide more privacy to the neighboring lot, we've shown a solid wall with a frosted glass, a 5-foot high frosted glass railing in front of that to shield the neighboring lot from our terrace space there. And if you could go back to a 1.31, the last variance is for the soft landscaped area. The requirement is 50%. I should note that the existing landscaped area, as the lot currently is less than 45%, so it doesn't actually comply at the moment. And because, I don't know if you're frozen there, but if you could go back to a 1.31, you can see the lot coverage diagram, but if not, I'll keep talking. So there's an existing garage on the site. We're demolishing that because it's so close to the side and rear lot lines. We're proposing a new location for this garden suite so that it is less encroaching into the angular planes and providing more privacy. Sorry, I don't know if you can go back to a 1.31. Anyways, because we've shifted, thank you. You can see in the diagram on the right, the location of the garden suite is, or you can see on the left as well in the site plan, the location of the garden suite is more or less in line with the existing building on the site. The garage that's there is in the top left corner. So we've shifted it over to the right to provide the parking space outside of the garden suite. And because of that, our soft landscape area has been reduced. Like I said, this is a new type of building. There's not a lot of precedents out there, so we've tried our best to respect the intent of the bylaw while trying to make the building functional for the user. But we are open to any comments or concerns that you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. George. Thank you for that presentation. And it leads me into a comment I'm going to make before we have nothing from community planning on this, correct, staff? We don't have a planning report, planning memo?
We have
okay, no. So, given this is sort of something new, the garden suites are relatively new. We haven't seen much of it, as the agent just pointed out. And it would have been nice to see something from community planning. So yeah, this is a pretty good example, a good, good try. Or there's this variance. Maybe they could have, you're going to have penetrating the angular plane. You're going to have certain things, and just for them to weigh in with that on a new one. I don't think you're going to see less than would have been anticipated because of the increase in interest rates and the the valuation of homes, which leaves the room for people to do these, which is unfortunate because there's going to be less money available to build these. So we haven't seen as many as might have been anticipated at the time. But it would have been nice for community planning. Ms. George, do you have any discussions with planning on this application?
No, I asked if there was any further feedback, but I didn't receive any.
Yeah. Okay.
Would love any feedback they have though.
Okay, but remember, we're in a hearing now. We're not in a charrette. So what you're going to hear from your neighbors, we're going to hear from the neighbors, and they're going to say, well, this is going to, especially Long Branch, and we're going to lose trees, and there is no urban forestry condition here, which is surprising. But whatever we're going to hear, this is something new, so you're going to get pushback. So it would have been nice to have community planning at least weigh in with what they thought. Anyway, any questions before we move on?
Yeah, Paul, I've got a question. Just on that last site plan, you were showing 1.3, A1.31. Can you zoom in on that top area? And you've got sort of a cross-hatched area and a hatched area.
Yes.
The cross-hatched is the soft landscaping. The hatched area, a portion of it has a parking spot on it. What is the remainder of that for?
The hatched area, the diagonal hatch, is just to show the extent of the rear yard area, as that's the determination for the percentage of the 50% required to be soft landscaping.
Okay, but you've got soft landscaping specifically in the cross-hatched area. Why didn't you extend that over to the area where the parking is not located?
Where it's not located?
Yeah.
Wouldn't
that increase the soft landscaping?
The soft landscaping is everywhere except where the parking space is.
Oh, okay. That's not clear to me, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a walkway indicated on there as well? Is that part of it?
A walkway?
Yeah.
There is a walkway at the back, a partial walkway at the back, and then also to the front entrance. There's one as well.
So that's the different. That's your loss for the rest of
yeah.
soft landscaping.
Exactly. Yeah, because even pavers can't be included in that. Otherwise, we could do something like that.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr., that's a prime example of what I mentioned. The community planning would say, now we look at it, you're never going to get a garden suite and not have a soft landscape rear yard situation because it's the nature of the beast. You're going to put a big structure in the backyard, you're going to lose soft landscaping. So kind of weighing in on that type of stuff, things that are kind of fall by nature of what you're trying to do, you're going to trigger. It'd be almost, unless you're in a huge lot, you'd be unlikely to have on an urban lot or some nature a garden suite and not trigger a rear yard landscape variance. That was the type of thing I'm talking about. Anyway, we'll have to forge on without that. Okay, so let's hear from the first neighbor listed. Move in order on my attendance sheet, with Mr. Scholes being last, where he is anyway on this list. Paul Terry from 7 Marina Avenue.
Hello, I'm here. Let me know when you're ready for me to start.
You start going anytime you're ready.
Good. My name is Paul Terry. My wife and I live at 7 Marina Avenue in Long Branch, about 800 meters from the site in question. It's well within the distance I walk most days, though it is not in our backyard. Garden suites are a newly approved form of housing and are intended to provide a key element of housing intensification in Toronto as part of the program often known as EHON, Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods. The city carefully created new bylaw standards to accommodate garden suites and has limited garden suites to 200 in the first 2 years to allow review of the impacts of this new housing form. Regardless of any decision, this case will set a precedent. We need to be sure that an approval would not adversely impact the stability of the neighborhood. That matters locally, and it matters for the future success of housing intensifications, including garden suites. The proposed development fails in 7 different ways to fit the brand new, more lenient bylaws specifically written to allow garden suites. The requested variances taken as a whole are a way to measure if the building is a good fit or too big. In this case, the requested variances demonstrate that the building is too big in every way. Requested variance 1 is for a total floor area of 60.9 square meters. but the submitted plans show 3 floors with 175.4 square meters of total floor area. That is a massive difference of 292% over the permitted 60 square meters. And we're talking floor area here, not lot area. And the variance says that it's for, floor area. Requested variance 2 is for additional height. Requested variance 3 is for penetrating the front angular plane. Requested variance 4 is for penetrating the rear angular plane. Requested variance 5 is for penetrating both the east and west angular planes. Requested variance 7 is for a large reduction in required soft landscape area. These variances define a building that is too big in every way. It is far too large in floor area. It is too tall. The front wall is intrusively tall or too far forward. The rear wall is intrusively tall or too far back. Both the east and west walls are intrusively tall or set too close to the property lines. And the building footprint is too large for the lot to have sufficient remaining landscaping area, partly because the existing triplex is so large. Taken as a whole, the application fails to meet the intent and purpose of the bylaws, the brand new purpose-written bylaws. The combined impact of these variances is not minor. The official plan has not been specifically updated to address garden suites, but the guidelines regarding prevailing conditions as found in the official plan section 4.5.1 neighborhoods should serve as a reference point. Key references would include heights, massing, scale of nearby properties. Patterns of landscaping and other elements may apply. The submitted plans for the building show a total floor area of 1,888 square feet. That is larger than many homes in Long Branch, including the neighbors to the east and other nearby homes. At the proposed size or scale, it is certainly not a modest single-story garage-sized building tucked away in the backyard that EHON has envisioned. It would be the single largest, widest, and tallest structure found in any rear yard within the block. There are large garages in rear yards nearby and even on the subject lot, but those garages are all smaller than the proposed building. Neighborhood stability is not being maintained. Consequently, the proposed development does not meet the requirements of the official plan. Requested variance 6 for the elevated balcony would provide a viewing platform where future residents can't help but see into multiple neighbors' rear yards and rear windows, invading their privacy. A 5-foot-tall frosted glass barrier is shorter than adult eye height when standing, as people do along railings. This variance and invasion of privacy is not a desirable condition. I believe this proposal fails all 4 of the tests required for your committee to approve the variances. The long-term success of backyard suites and other intensifications will depend on gradual, sensitive, and in-scale additions to neighborhoods based on carefully considered adjustments to bylaws, the official plan, and more. Please refuse this application and protect both the new intensification process and our neighborhood from the misuse of the minor variance process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry, and good timing also.
Thank you. I did want to make a very tiny note. As always, the timing between finding out about this and turning things in was limited.
Yes.
My verbal had a couple of very minor corrections. They're corrections. They're not changes in scale from the numbers in my original letter.
Yeah, I acknowledge that the neighbors don't on an important application. It's incredible what people turn around in a short period of time, and something that's very important and emotional to them, to be able to do that in a short period of time. In this case, you're right. We always say every case is, on its own merits, but this is sort of a precedential value in Long Branch and it would have been nice to see if, community planning would have weighed in one way or another to say what they thought about this, because if they don't give us a report, is the inference they're okay with it. So thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Terry before we move on to the next speaker? Okay. Next speaker is Liz Edwards at 42 35th Street.
Liz, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, could you just give me a minute? Sorry, I wasn't sure when I was going to be called. Okay.
If it would help you, want me
My
to
letter of objection, dear members of the Committee of Adjustment to Etobicoke York panel. Upon reading this application for variances for a garden suite in my
Ma'am,
neighborhood.
just tell us in your own words. We can, read the letter, but we want to hear it just, anyway, just proceed.
In my own words?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I can read this, but it's up to you. Just go, yeah, it's up to you.
Oh, sure. If you want me to paraphrase and talk about my emotions about this, and what I see is that we've been asked to change things so that we can build structures in backyards now. And there are some guidelines. I mean, we're not even happy about having to give up our green space to do this, but it is part of EHON, and people need to live somewhere. But this one's way bigger than what's allowed, and the thing that bothers me the most is that it's cutting back softscaping so much that it's just ironic to call these things garden suites, because they won't let gardens grow. Like that was a bad choice of terminology for these buildings. And that doesn't help us with our clean air and with what we're trying to do in Toronto, which is increase our tree canopy. I don't think that the application is taking things seriously when they don't provide any information about the trees and what kind of protection plan they have in place. It looks like a lot of things I've seen where whoever draws it just throws some circles on what's a convenient location that looks like it's a tree that is going to be there and look like that. It doesn't happen. They die. I've been watching it for a long time. And I love this neighborhood and I want to keep it a nice neighborhood. And I don't like when these things come across as a starting point, when it's already way above what we're supposed to be allowing, and then the precedences get built upon as we go forward. So I'm just not. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions for Ms. Edwards? I thought just asking staff. Variance 1, shows they're 1 meter over, so that's the permitted total floor area, which would be, I guess, on 1 floor. But we've heard from the first speaker, Mr. Cherry, how it's actually 175 or 3 times over, which would be adding the floor space. So is this variance correct?
That's what we have on file.
Right.
And it's with the zoning review.
Because it's a 2-floor, or
it has a basement, main floor, and second floor.
Okay, so the issue is, with the basement not count? I think we heard another application this morning that basement either does or doesn't count. But we have to presume that this is correct. They're only 1 meter over. That's why I asked that. Anyway, let's go back to the next speaker on the list is Sandy Donald at 34 36th Street. And after that, we'll have Mr. Choles.
Go ahead, Sandy. Sandy, please make sure, do not mute and unmute yourself. City staff will be responsible for that. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Sandy Donald. I'm actually from 34 36th Street. I'm a 23-year resident of Long Branch. We moved into Long Branch deliberately because of its trees, open space, and green space. We moved from basically suburbia Mississauga, which is basically no trees and plenty of concrete. One of the overriding physical characteristics of Long Branch is its trees. It's what makes the neighborhood unique in Toronto. This decision affects me because this decision will be a precedent decision that will affect future applications for garden suites, including ones on my street or even possibly beside our house. City's public presentations about garden suites, granny suites and whatnot, was that they were to be small, affordable living spaces, and they would not affect trees or green space. This this application, in fact, does not fit. It's a full-blown house, almost 2,000 square feet, 2 stories, full basement. It's bigger than a lot of houses in Long Branch that are on 50-foot lots. It's large, it's overhanging. It even the sort of terrace or whatever in the second floor, which is definitely not part of the bylaws. The city's objective of 40% tree canopy will be in jeopardy. 50% yard green space is what the bylaw is. We're talking of 31%. It will reduce future space for growing trees. Garden suites are not supposed to reduce trees. This application is not minor. The number of variants in itself is major. Most just lot splitting and whatnot, they're talking of 3 to 4. This precedent will set. This precedent is set will not be minor. It will be jeopardizing the physical characteristic of Long Branch. It does not meet the intent of the city bylaws on garden suites. I would strongly recommend reading the letter that was sent in by the Long Branch Association. I think they have hit the sort of nail on the head.
Okay. And I don't believe you've been speaking. I think maybe the clock button didn't get reset because I don't think you spoke for 6.5 minutes. But
not that
thank you very much, Mr. Donald. And I wrote down one of the things that you said is that this is bigger than a lot of the primary houses on 50-foot lots in Long Branch. So the issue is garden suites. You know, your argument I think is a very good one. It's supposed to be sort of secondary to provide affordable housing for the lack of in accordance with BHUN. So I think that was a very good point you made. Let's hear from Mr. Scholes, and then we'll have to go back to Miranda George. And Miranda, if you're listening, just can you, one of the things you think about to answer is my question about variance 1. Is that correct? Given that we have a basement and 2 floors, and as you pointed out, we're only a meter over what's permitted. So
actually, Mr. Chair, before you go to the variance 1, I find very confusing because is that a variance for GFI or is that a variance for lot coverage?
Exactly. So that's why I asked Barb earlier, and I'm giving her some extra time to think about how she's going to answer that question as part of her rebuttal, in addition to what the neighbors are saying.
Because I mean, the GFI for this place is is well over 655 square feet, which is what that would be if it was GFI, but it's not. Anyway, it's very confusing.
GFA, yeah. Okay.
I don't understand it.
I know you agree with me. So let's hear from Mr. Scholes, and then that's certainly part of, I guess, what we have to decide here today. So thanks for I agree. It says gross floor area, total floor area, as opposed doesn't say FSI or GFA, which are the 2 alternatives in terms of you count each floor, maybe not the basement, but at least the 2 floors, so it's double.
I mean, the square footage numerically represents lot coverage.
So exactly.
GFA.
But
this is a ratio. It's not.
Sorry, Barb, you're breaking up. Can't hear you.
Sorry, this isn't a ratio. It's not floor space index or coverage. It's just a set number. So it's a set number. So regardless of the size of the lot.
Okay, but in this case, are they only a meter over? Or
but it's a number representing the footprint of the structure as opposed to the total square footage of the structure.
No, it would be the floor area. I'm not sure about the basement, so the agent will have to advise on that. But it would include the main floor and second floor because that is floor area.
Then we have a notice issue because the proposed square footage of this structure is in fact 3 times that.
Including the basement, or at least 2 times. So in other words, it's not correct if it went out saying there's only a variance of 0.9 of a meter when maybe it's 100, it's 60 or 120 is the variance. Anyway, let's hear from Mr. Scholes, and that will be part of what we were deciding here. You know, if we'll see how it, if the decision is to refuse it anyway, I don't think we want to defer at this point, because it's, if even at 60, it's what we see. But let's hear from Mr. Scholes. We're sort of in the middle of, I just sort of stopped to ask.
Good afternoon.
See that that's something she deals with. Andy, Mr. Scholes, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're the last speaker here. If you can please let us know what the position of your association is on this.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Scholes. I live at 12 Jasmine Avenue in Long Branch. I'm a board member of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. I'm here to express our deep concern about the planned garden suite proposed behind 38 Daisy. Having sat through a number of community meetings describing EHON initiatives explaining how housing options could be expanded in the city of Toronto, I came away with the impression that the garden suites would be introduced carefully with a full set of regulations to offer a modest increase in housing stock in the city without disrupting the character of the various neighborhoods. This application seems to ignore many of the parameters that were set out in City Council. 7 different minor variances are set out in the notice, and an explanation is offered by the applicant in the correspondence of December 16, 2022. The allowable floor space of 60 square meters is exceeded by 0.9 meters because it's required for functionality, says the correspondent. Not exactly sure what functionality that would be. The height of the structure is 6.67 meters to provide adequate headroom in the second level. The extra 6.7 meters is equal to 2 feet. Instead of raising the roof, they could drop the floor and reduce the ceiling height on the first floor to the standard 8-foot height instead of a 10-foot ceiling, as shown on the plans. Using standard ceiling height of 8 feet on all floors would eliminate the height variance and might go a way to reduce the other variances related to angular plane. The 9-foot height in the basement also seems excessive, not that it adds to the overall height of the building, but will require extra excavation, posing extra hazards to nearby trees. The lack of information, such as species, size of nearby trees on neighboring properties, or even photos, is a serious oversight in this application and something that we wish forestry would pay attention. The inadequate soft landscaping on the lot is very concerning. From the City of Toronto's website for garden suite, it states the implementation of garden suites is intended to maintain and, where possible, increase the amount of permeable space on the property. The zoning standards are intended to protect the contiguous permeable growing space available within rear yards necessary for sustaining mature tree growth. Then there's the balcony on the second floor, which, step back or not, is simply not permitted for garden suites. If it was, which it is not, the plan shows a balcony 1 square meter larger than what's permitted in the bylaws, which would generate yet another variance. In a nutshell, this garden suite is too big. The disregard for size and design regulations seem to propose a building more of a second house behind the triplex rather than a garden suite. The LBNA has stood and continues to stand behind the renewal of housing stock and the addition of more affordable housing, but it must be done with care, and I can't imagine that this would be considered affordable housing. The Long Branch has long done its part in dealing with increasing density in Toronto. Census figures that show the population of our neighborhood has increased by 13% since 2016. We have done well providing housing for the growth in population with our current growth plan without destroying the character of the neighborhood or having garden suites built. Garden suites are now part of the future housing scenario, but with fairly stringent parameters attached to make these structures so they don't overwhelm or destroy neighborhood character and don't decimate the tree canopy, which is so important not only to Long Branch, but also the City of Toronto as a whole. 38 Daisy is one of the first garden suites proposed for Long Branch, and since it's before this panel, it does not adhere to many of the city regulations surrounding such structures. You have letters of objection from 20+ members of the Long Branch community that are concerned that this application will set a precedent for oversized garden suites to start appearing in backyards all over the city. Overly large buildings with balcony to overlook neighbors is an inappropriate addition to a neighborhood and certainly not what was intended by the committee that carefully studied the inclusion of garden suites in the housing options for the City of Toronto. Hopefully this application will be turned down today. Otherwise, future builds will point to this garden suite as a starting point for their unjustified plan, which robs neighbors of privacy, threatens trees, and generally disrupts the character of the neighborhood. This applicant certainly has the ability to build a smaller garden suite that won't result in the many variances attached to this plan. I would respectfully request that the committee accept the staff, city recommendations, and listen to the opposition voiced by many people actually living in Long Branch and refuse this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scholes. Mr. Scholes,
Yes.
that's the problem. We don't have a staff report. You just said follow what staffs. We don't have anything from urban forestry on this application at all. I'm going to ask the agent if any trees are going to be harmed in the building of the potential building of this, and we don't have anything from community planning. I would have thought we had.
The trees are in neighboring properties, and right now you have a garage with a slab underneath, and you can bet for sure there's tree roots growing under there. So those will be taken out when they start digging. Incidentally, the note on the purpose of application for this one says to construct a garden suite with a garage in the rear yard. And to best of my observation skills, I don't see any garage attached to this.
I thought I saw. Anyway, we'll let her respond. The applicant respond to all this. But the fact we don't have a planning report on this, because I thought you said we should follow the planning report, but we don't have one. You also very good to point out that the ceiling height on the main floor is 10 foot. I'd like her to respond to that, and the basement 9. And I don't know what the third floor is, but I agree that that would certainly affect the angular plane and have a mitigation on a second floor balcony, which is not permitted. So I'd like to have now, if anyone else had any questions, Ms. George respond to the concerns of the neighbors and the things I'd asked her to touch on.
Members, to clarify your question before, looking at the bylaw, and I'm not a zoning examiner, gross floor area is not included for the purpose of calculating floor space index. And this is simply coverage. So it's not, there is no
variance for garden
the
suite.
interior floor area of an ancillary building containing a garden must be less than the gross floor area of the residential building on the plot, but there's no number associated with the floor space index. So that variance is only for coverage.
Coverage, that's what I thought.
There's no limitation on the number of floors either?
It doesn't, that becomes a height issue, right?
Right, yeah, okay, and this, Mr. Scholes mentioned they could have avoided the height by bringing the ceilings down, but anyway, maybe they're gonna be very tall people living in there. Okay, let's go back to Ms. George, please, for your rebuttal, and then we can move on, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Appreciate all the comments, and I'm happy to respond to them. So yes, for the first variance, as was just confirmed, it's for the lot coverage. And just to confirm for the interior floor area, as was mentioned, it should be less than the GFA of the residential building on the lot, which is 284.3 meters square, and we're under that by quite a bit. So that's why that's not a variance. We're smaller than that requirement. For the soft landscaping, you kind of touched on it before. It's just simply not possible to meet that requirement given the, if we didn't have a driveway in the back, which is already there, maybe we could, but we want to maintain the parking space that was there where the garage used to be. I think the confusion about the garage thing was because we had submitted for zoning review previously where we had a scheme with, we were actually using the existing garage and then adding on to it for the garden suite. But we since moved that and did a new building because we wanted to move it away from the neighboring properties to respect privacy and angular planes, which also kind of goes into the comment about the trees. The proposed building will be further away from existing trees on the neighboring lots. The trees shown on the site plan are as per the survey. So they've been surveyed and they're located where they should be. And the building does not encroach into those trees. And the last, two more items. The balcony is one, we're willing to remove the balcony if that's something that's of concern. But it was just, we put it in because we stepped the building back to work with the angular plane. And it just seems like a missed opportunity to not use that roof space for something. But like I said, we're willing to remove that if that's one of the biggest concerns. And I think the last comment was the ceiling heights. We have 8 feet on the second floor, 10 foot on the first, and 9 foot in the basement. So 8 is pretty low on the top floor. We could look at reducing the first floor to 9 feet, but we'll still be slightly encroaching into these variances. And we don't want to push the building too tight at this time because we don't know what the the floor joist thicknesses are going to be. We need to have some sort of a tolerance built in case, just so that we can shrink this building, but we can't make it any bigger than what we're asking for. Happy to answer any other questions if I missed anything.
Okay. Okay. Any questions for Ms. George or any of the other speakers, or are we taking it to committee for a decision?
And sorry, if there's, if we need to defer to.
No, we've been hearing this for almost I'd say a good long time, over half an hour. We're not in you. Oh, I'll take off the balcony. I can do this. This is not a design charrette. It's a hearing. So you've come in with your application, and that's what's before us. So, members, are there any questions for the applicant or anyone else, or let's take it to committee for discussion on the decision. Well, long afternoon ahead of us. Even your dog agrees. Someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, Stan, I'm good for a motion.
Yes, sir.
I think that this was not well thought out. A lot of these things could have been avoided, including soft landscaping, by pulling the parking back. You don't have to have the car going all the way to the back. But like you said, I'm not going to negotiate. So given what's before us, I'm going to move for refusal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamara. Seconder for that. Ms. Reddick. Okay, any discussion? I would just say that, first of all, it's unfortunate planning hasn't given us direction on something so new, and it's just give it to committee. And I think that's the motion before us is correct. That given there are certain things that could have been avoided to make this more appealing. I think the neighbors still wouldn't be happy, but if they would come in with less of an angular plane, less height, a little less coverage, it wouldn't have been as egregious as I think it is on something that's brand new and especially out in Long Branch. So all in favor? Okay, unanimous refusal. Thank you.
Did we have a seconder on that?
I think we did, Ms. Reddick, yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. And then I decided to give my 2 cents to it. So I think on the next on the messages, the planning could please weigh in with some guidance for the committee members on something like this the next time. And like I said, other than the economy, I'm sure that the city you're going to see less laneway suites and less garden suites than otherwise would have happened, given the effect on the interest rates on the economy generally. Okay, so the application has been refused. And I guess we move on to the next application, which is item number 24.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. I just need to excuse myself for 2 minutes. I apologize.
Okay, we'll mark you absent on this application. Okay, item number 24 for DORWARD Drive. We have a revised plan for the agenda showing changes made, been highlighted. So we did have, it's a second-story addition above the existing dwelling and a new front porch. 6 variances, 2 have been revised. We have the revised plans and notings notice. We have a cover letter, then explaining why it's not possible to comply. We have agent revisions and explanation email, 5 support for number 5, and planning has a condition of approval to construct as illustrated type wording. And the speaker on this application is Ketul Shah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm the applicant. The property is at 4 DORWARD Drive. It's an existing 1-story single dwelling property, and then we are proposing to add 2nd story on top of it. I can quickly go through the variances and the reasons why we could not.
Yeah, I don't, sir, I don't think that's necessary. We just, we're quite behind, and I think it's straightforward. I'll just, ma'am, would we just see if the members have any questions for you? So you did reduce the size of the front west the platforms. You're having two front platforms. They're allowed to be 4 meters. One of them was 9.6. You're now making it very similar to the other side at 6.8. Why did you do that? It was community and also variance 6, the encroachment of the front yard setback. Were those changes made as a request of community planning, sir?
Yeah, so we had a couple of meetings with the city staff, and then we went through various examples in the neighborhood, and then still the city staff wasn't happy with full width balcony. So then as a middle ground, we reduced the area and made it somewhat practical, but still somewhat less than what was originally proposed.
Right, and you're okay with the condition that it's seeking to impose that it be built, constructed as illustrated?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see if members have any questions for you, or if someone's ready to weigh in with a motion. Members?
No questions, but I'll move a motion. I'm going to move for approval. The variance is requested as revised, are minor in nature and meet the 4 tests in the Planning Act. So that's approval subject to planning conditions tying this to architectural site plans and elevations regarding the front and second floor patios.
And front, second floor balconies?
Yeah.
Okay, it says, yeah. January 25th, 2020. The wording that they've given us. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Okay.
Seconder for that? Ms. Reddick, thank you. All in favor? You have unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you.
Okay, next application is item number 25, 24 Villa Road.
We're just noting that Mishi was absent for item 24. Thank you.
Yep. So item number 25 is 24 Villa Road. It's an application for a 1-story rear addition and a rear yard deck. One variance, the FSI from 44 to 0.35 permitted. We have the Long Branch checklist, supporting material being a public hearing letter, and support from 16 and 18 Villa Road. I don't know if there's anything in the additional materials. Hello?
No, there isn't.
Okay. So we have the 2 letters of support, and we have this is previous hearings. So these are press. No. Okay, and the speaker for this application is Agostino Monteleone.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Agostino Monteleone.
Thank you, sir. We only have the 1 variance. We have your supporting materials. Is there anything you'd like to add? Why is the committee a pretty straightforward application?
Yes, that's correct. It is a fairly straightforward application. This project essentially involves the replacement of an existing sunroom at the rear of the property, and the property owners would like to go with a full single-story addition with a full basement.
Right, and you've given us in this letter 4 precedents on Villa Road and Garden Place who have much higher floor space indexes than the 1 variance you're asking for here.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's see if members have any questions for you, or if someone's ready for a motion. Any questions, anyone? Mr. Kumar?
No questions. I'm good to go if no one else has any questions. I mean, it's as you say, it's a straightforward application. Definitely meets the 4 tests. It's minor. I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Second for Mr. Kumarik's motion.
Second that, Mishi.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval unanimously. Thank you, sir. Okay, our next application is item number 26, 56 Shaver Avenue South. And this is an application. We have a revised sheet for the agenda showing changes. There were 2 variances. There's now only 1. which is the gross floor area. It's for a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There we have revised plans and waiver and nothing whatsoever. We just have the one variance left at 0.57. The speaker for this application, the agent, is Antonello Wild. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I thought I was looking at number 27, expecting Antonello Wild. Khalid Ibrahim.
Yes.
Khalid Ibrahim. Sorry, sir. I was looking at the wrong attendance, the wrong item. Sir, very straightforward application. You're aware of the urban forestry condition. We do have an urban forestry, but nothing else whatsoever. And you only have the one variance. Would you like to address the committee of anything? Anything else you'd like to advise the committee members of? I see you've removed one variance and lowered your gross floor area.
Yes, yeah, we work with the planning department and we reduce the number of the variances and the amount of variance too. Yeah.
Yes, and I see it. That's for a new build. You only have the one variance, so that's
Right.
very commendable of you. Members, any questions for Mr. Ibrahim, or is someone ready for a motion?
There's no questions. I'm prepared to make a motion. Motion to approve this application, find the variance to be minor in nature and consistent with the four tests, subject to forestry conditions number 1 and 2.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. Seconded for that motion. Mr. Komarek, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you so much. We'll see you again. Okay, item number 27 is 50 Edgemore Drive. It's for a 2-story rear addition. And we have a planning condition of approval. They want the window glazing treatment on the second story window facing east, and support 7 or 8 letters of support. Is there anything in the additional materials?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have the planning condition, and the speaker on this is the agent Antonella Wild.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Okay, so it is one variance, as you see. We don't, I'm not sure if you'd like a presentation.
I don't believe it's necessary.
Okay.
Perhaps anything you'd like to just point out in particular, or I can just see if members have any questions. You're okay with the window treatment for the second story windows?
It is a unique condition, considering we are not requesting side yard or building length. However, and the neighbor to most affected has signed his letter of support. However,
Is this not on a ravine or something?
No, not at all, no.
So can we hear why they, maybe we should look a little more into why they're asking for this?
They're concerned with overlook.
Yes.
I see.
My clients are okay with the condition, absolutely. I appreciate the comments from community planning. It's always helpful. So they're totally fine with the condition.
Okay, very good. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Wild? And if not, is someone ready for a motion?
I'm good to go for with the motion. It's a bit vague, that condition, because planning didn't say specifically what they want. If they're like leaving it to negotiation, but if you're okay with it, I would like to move approval subject to that planning condition and no other conditions.
Okay. Seconded for Mr. Komarek's motion. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Okay, our next application is number 28, 118 Thompson Avenue. It's an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling. There are 4 variances. I have a question for staff. We do have ravines have no condition. Planning has a report for information. And I note in variance number 1, I'm just asking if we're okay to proceed. It expresses the maximum permitted gross floor area and the altered gross floor area in meters squared, but not as a percentage. And it was interesting because in the planning report, they actually talk about that, but they again don't make the connection that it hasn't been shown as a Well, they talk about 0.45 times the area of the lot. So my question is that, are we okay to proceed as a notice issue, given that it's stated how much it's over on meters squared, but not as a percentage?
I'll double check that. We also, in additional materials, have revised plans and email from the applicant. There are no changes to the variances. I believe they're just showing.
Okay, so perhaps we can also hear from the agent, Edouard Bagage, on that issue of variance number 1, as well as just to go through the application briefly.
Afternoon, members of the committee and staff. So I think that not the issue, but the percentage there for the FSI is that since the examiner for the zoning issued that notice, I spent so much time with him trying to help him to understand that between two numbers, 185 and 300 is the biggest, but he still said that 185 is the biggest. So I can do nothing about that.
No, sorry, sir, they're in favor, community planning is in favor of your application, correct?
I
They
just
gave
wanted
us
to explain.
Yes,
Yeah,
all I'm saying is they point out, they actually make mention in the report that 0.45 that's what 185 is equal to. So obviously, but the issue that we don't have the number, they do point out, which is very much in your favor, that the existing dwelling, even before this addition, is already over at 241.4. Right? And you're going to 352. All I'm saying is, and normally when we get this, it also gives you the percentage. So it tells you that the 0.45, and it shows you where you're at 0.6 or at 0.7 or whatever that works out to. And that's missing. Not
I can satisfy that. Yeah, it's 47.5%. So 2.5, 2.6% above the required 45.
Okay, sir. 334.8 or 352.91. Where is that? I guess because you made what is that as expressed as a point out of 100? We know that 185 is 0.45.
No, the way this bylaw is written is the maximum permitted gross floor area is 185 square meters up to a maximum floor space index of 0.45. So you're actually taking the lower number. So because 0.45 equals 330 something, the permitted gross floor area is 185.
Okay, but so always we don't see the percentage here or the decimal, whatever. So the question is, do we have a notice problem? I think this is sounds like it's a good application in terms of the extent of the addition is one thing. And it looks like he's okay. Planning is given a positive report, right? But they don't mention the fact that, so is there a notice issue?
No.
There's not?
No.
Good, so we can proceed. So, okay, sir, we can proceed. It looks, do you want to just briefly explain that variance or see if the members have any questions for you? Because my first concern was whether we actually can even proceed. So I'm told we can. Even though we
can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have not the issue, but I don't know with the ravine. If you can see the drawings, and I think stuff, we're building over. So the building existing is 1.5 stories. So it's around 30% of the existing. It's the second story. So part of above the garage and the stairs. So he has a bedroom and a washroom already there. So, and one part that is we're keeping 1 story. So we're building around 50-60% a second story. We're not touching the basement. We're not touching the first floor at all. And the river there, I don't know what I can call that, it's around 30-40 meters away, all along with the trees on the ravine. And I don't know how we're gonna damage those trees that are, we're building on the front of the house. And all the trees on the front, I'm okay within the limited distance that we can protect them. We don't need to remove those. But I don't see how we're dealing with those 30, 40 meters away trees when we're building on the front of the house. But that's
Yeah,
my,
you
I don't know.
just deal with urban forestry. It talks also about urban forestry condition 2, which relates to private trees. I believe not number 1, condition 1 is public trees. It's there you have, I assume, a lot of trees on the property in the rear.
Yeah, there is, but they're around 30 meters. They're like on a river, far away. So
Yeah.
we're doing nothing. No grading, no nothing. We're not touching at all anything on the house.
Okay,
So,
look, then you won't have an issue if you're not affecting the trees in the back. Anyway, I'm just so members, do you have any questions? It looks like the variance here is from 185 meters to 352, so almost double. We don't seem to have any problems. Community Planning has given us a report to explain why they feel like it's a report for information. It's not recommending refusal or any tying to plans, any other conditions of approval. So do you have any questions for the applicant, or is someone ready for a motion? Given the report for information. So it includes city staff, do not object to the additional GFA. Mr. Kumar?
I'll move a motion for approval. I believe it meets the 4 tests, subject to forestry 2.
Okay, thank you. Seconded for that?
I would agree.
Sophia, thank you. All in favor? Okay, have unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bagage. Okay, 29 has been deferred, so we're on to number 30, 22 Burnhamthorpe Park Boulevard. And
Mr. Chair, both area residents are present on the call at this time.
okay, so we have as speakers on this Oris Stoyanovsky, the agent, as well as we have the neighbors at 16 and 24 Burnhamthorpe Park Road. Let me just do a brief introduction. It's to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 2 variances, GFA. Yeah, I had just a question to look over question number, whether variance 2 is correct. I had a question mark. To clarify that variance, we have urban forestry looking for conditions 1, 2, and 5 being refusal. And the speaker, so why don't we hear first from Oris Stoyanovsky? And the question is, I guess, before you get started, Oris, is what's doing with variance number 2? I'm a little confused when I was reading that, so.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Committee.
Yeah.
Variance number 2, we were just going by zoning notice, so it was pointed by zoning examiner, and we simply submitted zoning notice. Yeah.
So even though it looks like you comply with the both east and west, your aggregate is deficient.
Yes.
Percentage of lot frontage. So that's basically my interpretation is right. Plus you have a rather modest increase in the from 0.5 to 0.61. Is that the prevailing character in the neighborhood?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Anyway, since we have neighbors here, I should let you present as you wish. So go ahead, and then we'll hear from the neighbors.
So we are proposing regular traditional building within the character of the neighborhood, asking only for 2 variances, a slight increase in GFA from 0.5 to 0.61. There is a number of examples in the area, and I could list a few of them. Actually, 5 cases were approved right on the street. There was a number 30, Burnhamthorpe Park, which was approved at 0.63. There was number 56, worded slightly different. It's 150 square meters plus 31%, which is very similar. Number 17 was approved at 0.77. Number 18 was approved at 0.62. And number 1 was approved at 0.6. So with our number 0.61, it seems like we are one of the smallest proposals here, and we think it's within a character of the neighborhood. Five cases were approved with bigger FSI. So the second variances that we are looking for is combined side yard setback. We are respecting minimum side yard setbacks. And if you would look at the site plan, it would be very easy to see on a site plan. Unfortunately, the lot is tapered and the left property line is angular, where we have jogs in the building. In overall, it does respect the combined side yard setbacks, but the corners are encroaching. Still, they do respect the minimum side yard setback. So we think with those two variances, we are really minor in nature and within the forecask, within the precedent in the neighborhood, as well as planning has nothing to say. We reached out to the planning asking if there would be a report, and we had an email that there would be no report. They are not objecting, and they don't have anything to say, basically. So based on that, we are asking for your approval.
Okay, so just thank you for that presentation. I'll point out that in your favor, before we hear from the neighbors, there's no height, there's no depth, there's no length, there's no front yard, there's no rear yard, which we all
exactly
do those. So the neighbors, I think we have the two speakers from the three letters. Were there anything else in the additional materials, staff? Any further letters or no?
Perhaps the applicant can address forestry's concerns.
Oh, yes. Also with the forestry.
Yeah, that's good. Before we hear from the neighbors, yeah, forestry has recommended the refusal here. So
yes.
That.
Yes, we did submit a revised tree protection plan to the forestry, and we cleared the two city trees in front. They're not going to be affected. We are working on the third tree. We are fine to put forestry conditions. Basically, without satisfying forestry conditions, we wouldn't be able to proceed with building permit. So we would be asking to put those forestry conditions 1 and 2, and we would be looking to solve all the forestry concerns. And definitely without their approval, there is no way forward. But we can take care of that after the hearing.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll hear from the neighbors. I think both neighbors seem to embrace their letters based on, the percentage. Percentage is not really the way we look at it. And I agree that the normal thought is, well, minor, someone said this morning, minor means minor. It means small. It doesn't mean, but you have to look at the prevailing character. So that's the question, is we're going to want to see what the prevailing character, whether this fits or doesn't. Mr. Stoyanowski has pointed out to the fact with precedence that it does. So let's hear from Mr. Campbell at 16 Burnhamthorpe, and that's Mr. Leger from 24 Burnhamthorpe, which is right next door. So Mr. Campbell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, with your indulgence, I think I prefer that Dr. Leger go first. He's most affected and has done significant thought and concern about this matter.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Leger, Dr. Mark Leger. Yes.
My name is Mark Leger, and I'm at number 24 Burnhamthorpe Park Boulevard. My wife and I have been living in this house for 24 years, and you have my letter of objection. I have two basic objections. One is that I think the house is far too big, and it's not. It is definitely not consistent with most other houses on the street. The street is a street next to the golf course, and there are houses on one side of the street that tend to be a lot bigger than the ones on the other side. This house is for the side with the mostly smaller houses, what you were just told by Mr. Stanovsky about regarding number 30. I don't think that's correct, because the house at number 30 met all the bylaws when it was the house that was finally built at number 30 met all the bylaws. So it didn't have the large fraction of the gross floor area being so much bigger than it was supposed to be. This house that's proposed is going to be is going to change the nature of the streetscape. This is a special street in Islington Village that has been mostly preserved. We have a Homesmith house or something that looks like one right across the street from this one that was built in the early 1930s, I think. It's a and has been renovated, but it still looks very similar. We have a street that is generally considered to be beautiful by people that come onto it, and then we have developers who come in and have built a couple of things that don't fit, including the one at number 30. So I don't think that this building is consistent with the street, because it's much more massive than almost any of the houses on the same side. It has a very big, it's very big and much taller because of the changes in the height requirements that are now allowed by the bylaw. And I think that my other major objection is that there is a protected tree on it's my tree actually, and it's adjacent to his lot, to the neighbor's lot. And it's an 80-year-old black walnut tree that provides my house with shade in the summer, and it provides shade to my patio. The urban forestry people, the arborist has told me that construction of this house at number 22 is likely to severely injure my tree and may destabilize it. So this is a tree that has a diameter of more than 1 meter. It's probably 80 feet tall, and it's going to probably be destroyed by this house next door. So I think this whole thing seems to be a case that we've got the bylaws have been modified and allow things that are very big but are not consistent with the look of the street. And I think the official plan for Toronto says that developments in neighborhoods have to be consistent with the neighborhoods that they're going into, and I don't think that this house meets that requirement. So I'm asking the committee to reject this application and ask the proponents to make changes that will make it more consistent with the look of the street and reduce its massive nature.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I have just 2 comments or questions on what you had to say. First of all, so you pointed out to me that I guess the odd number of municipal numbers back onto the golf course, much larger lots, deeper lots.
Yes, that's
One's on the even side is like this application is on the other side.
That's
not,
correct.
so they don't have as generous rear yards. The second thing is, so in terms of the tree, just, you know, what the urban forestry people gave us a workshop on, it's not building the house that's going to affect the tree. So I have to ask you, it looks like they're about 70 meters over square meters on 2 floors. So that would be about 35 meters per floor. It's got to be that 35 meter further bigger that affects the tree. If what they could do as of right would affect the tree, then there's nothing that could be done, because if they can build a house that complies with the bylaw,
right?
Then they can't complain. We can't complain. That's the city. The urban forestry people speak on behalf of all the trees in the city and the people. Right. Citizens Toronto, you can't complain if building as of right would affect the tree. So that's a very important issue to understand, or we're going to hear back from Mr. Stoyanovsky on that.
All right.
So thank you.
Sorry, can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
The other impact on the streetscape is that this house is going to be about 8 or 10 feet closer to the road than the current house. and the frontage, the front lines of all the houses on our street are mostly aligned, although this one is right on the curve. And so it's being moved 10 feet closer to the road on the curve. So it's going to stand out like an enormous big house.
Yeah.
It's not going to look, it's not going to enhance the look of the street. It's going to be a massive house on this side of the street that doesn't fit. That's my
Okay,
opinion.
we'll have to ask Mr. Stenhouse to address that. I see on the site plan where it is on the curve. The question is that doesn't even show up as a variance, so we're gonna hear.
Right, I understand it's not a variance, but it's an inconsistency
Yes.
of the development with the current streetscape.
Right, I'm surprised why it's not a variance if all the other
Well,
were to comply.
I guess because the variances are defined with regard to distances from the road or whatever.
Correct.
And because it's on a curve, it somehow allows it, I guess. But in fact, it puts it out of line with all the other houses. So it'll
Okay.
stand out like a sore thumb, enormous frontage, very high at the front of the house. It won't look very good. It's going to be an eyesore on the street, and I think it has to be rejected.
Okay, thank you. So let's see if we'll hear now from your other neighbor who wanted you to go first. Mr. Campbell wanted you to go first. Does anyone else, first of all, have any questions for the neighbor 24 next door before we move on to the next neighbor? Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Campbell. My wife Rosemary and I have lived at 16 Burnhamthorpe Road for 40 or 45 years, and so we know the neighborhood intimately. The reason that we moved onto the street in the first place was because it was a heritage street. Most of the homes are very much unique architecturally, with a kind of a South Kingsway look and feel to them. It's a very gracious neighborhood, and it's one that should be cherished, not only by the people that live on the street, but by the city as a whole. I mean, when it's gone, it'll be gone forever. And so I think care needs to be taken to ensure that development that I'm not opposed to, but the development be in keeping with the nature of the neighborhood. And has already been said, nothing could be further from the truth as it pertains to this particular example. So the application asks for what I think are very significant variances from the bylaw in terms of gross area, in terms of floor space index, and in terms of aggregate side yard. I think Mr. Leger made, the excellent point that what we're talking about is a curve on the street, okay? And this house is kind of in the middle of that curve. And when you stick a house 10 feet closer to the road on the curve of a street, and when you have an architectural design for a fairly large building that rather than go up a two-story and then have a 45-degree slant back on the roof, it has significant components of that front facade that go straight up, almost to the top of the roof line. So you can imagine that not only is it going to stick out, but it's going to dwarf the homes on both sides. Now, I know that there may be some consideration about that the committee can't take a look at, architectural design, and it can't take a look at something that isn't a specific variance from bylaw. But the fact that it's sticking out 8 feet from the other homes is a result of the fact that it's simply too large a home for the lot that is proposed to be on. I think that we've already talked about the fact that Burnhamthorpe Park Boulevard is architecturally unique, very much like the Kingsway, the South Kingsway, and that there has to be some regard given to similar look and scale. In this example, there's no similar look and scale. It's completely different. And it's a direct fallout of the fact that he's asking for variances that make it too large for the lot.
One variance.
Okay, so that's the story. And thank you so much for your time and hopefully your consideration of our concerns.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the only problem, as I mentioned to Dr. Leger, is the fact that in terms of the sticking out 8 feet, not 8 meters, 8 feet, it complies with the bylaw. So if he didn't have the additional GFA and this technical thing with the side yard, he could just go ahead and build a new house and put it there. I assume because it didn't trigger. I don't know if he's right at the maximum where it can be in terms of the frontage, or else he would build and want to go further back. But that's something I'd like to have more of Mr. Stoyanovsky respond to.
Could I say one more thing?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in response to that, although he may be within the strict rules of the game, the fact that it's sticking out 8 feet is a direct result of his request for the kind of exceeding bylaw that results in that creates that result.
Yeah, he's about 35 square meters over in terms of the massing of the house compared to what he's permitted, or he could more or less do what he wanted. Anyway, let's hear back from him. Does anyone have any questions for either Mr. Campbell or Mr. Leger, Doctor, before we go on? Back to Mr. Stoyanovsky. Okay. So, Mr. Stoyanovsky, if you can please respond to the concerns raised by the neighbors.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. I'll start with neighbor at number 24. First of all, thank you for complimenting the building across the road. I was an architect on that renovation, and as you noticed, I really pay attention to details and try to design building within the character of the neighborhood. I think this one is perfect example of that as well. I think it is within the character. We do not require the height variances. We do not require the minimum side yard setback variances, as well as for the front yard setback. If you could show the site plan, it would be very explanatory. The building is on a curve. There is plenty of front yard available, and we do not request a variance for the front yard setback. So as you can see, there is still a huge front yard. The building is more or less in line with neighbors, and it does respect the front yard setback. With regards to the comments from gentleman at number 16, I would like to mention that number 17 was approved at 0.77 FSI, and it had 12 variances, and also number 18, which is on the other side, was approved at 0.62, which is more than us as well, and it had 4 variances. Therefore, we think that we have the least variances, we have the smallest number of variances, and the number of variances themselves. The front yard is huge. The building respects the neighborhood, and we think it's really minor in nature. Also, planning didn't object to it, which really means a lot, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Stoyanovsky? So, looking at with the drawing you have, so it's the drawing you just had up showing the survey with the adjacent properties, the site plan showing the relationship. It doesn't look to me on what you showed, if we can get that back up on the screen, that it's sticking so far out from the other properties. Could we just take another look at that, staff? The drawing you just had? There we go. Maybe can we make it a little larger? Or no, we can't make it in. Yeah, there we go. There we go. 8 point. So, how, it looks like, anyway, that's what it is. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, members, any questions for any of the speakers, or is someone ready to weigh in with the motion?
I'm prepared to move a motion. I appreciate the neighbors' comments, but a lot of their comments had to do with matters that aren't before us, such as the front yard setback. And I appreciate they want to preserve that tree in the rear yard. And I'm sure the builder and architect will do the best to maintain that. So I'm going to move for approval. Variances requested are minor in nature and meet best in the Planning Act. And that's subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you. Seconded for Mr. Palmer's motion. Mr. Komarek, all in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Stoyanovsky, and thank you to the neighbors as well. The application has been approved. Okay. Perhaps starting back at 2:30, can we just take another, like a 10-minute break? 4:20, it's 4:30? Okay. We'll be back to do item number 31 and following.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 4:30. We'll get started here in a moment once all the members rejoin.
Okay. Okay, our next application is item number 31, 10 to 15 Sam Romanoway. Okay, this is to...
Mr. Chair, we're still waiting on Mishi and Sophia. Maybe we wait till their cameras pop on before we hear this item?
Okay, well, we do have quorum, so let's wait.
Fair enough. Thank you. We got everybody now.
Okay, so item number 31. It's an application to construct a new air-supported dome affiliated with the existing tennis court. There is three variances. And we have supporting material, planning rationale, and as well letters from councillors Perusia and Pasternak, and 5 letters of support, 3 from local community organizations, and 2 handwritten from local children. Very, very nice. Nice to see. And the speaker for this application is Christian Chan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan. My address is Suite 138 at 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario. And I'm a planner with C2 Planning representing Philpott Children's Tennis, as well as the owners of 10 San Romanoway.
Okay, seems like a very popular application. Provide much needed recreation space for local children. I'd like to make it just a very brief 1-minute presentation. You can pull your supporting material up. I guess there's nobody in objection to this.
Sir, there is no objections, and also to add that I've communicated with city planning, and they advised me that they don't have any objections, as well as no further comments. And yes, the upgraded tennis court will create more local jobs and volunteer opportunities. It will help children and adults engage in more physical fitness opportunities, and obviously will build capacity furthering Philpott Children's Tennis, which is a not-for-profit's mission to provide inner-city children with year-round access to tennis facilities and programming.
Okay, and when we look at the variances, they're not they are what they are. It's nothing overly where it's a coverage issue. There's I don't see why that impacts anyone. So why don't you just see if any of the members have questions or if someone's ready to weigh in with a motion.
Absolutely, sir, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question.
Yep.
On variance 2, there's reference to an encroachment into an abutting property to the east. I'm assuming the owner of both properties is the same. If the applicant could just confirm that.
The owner of the abutting property is York Condominium Corporation number 312, and we have provided to the Committee of Adjustment upon the application the agreement that was made between Philpott Inner-City Children's Tennis Fund and the York Condominium Corporation number 32. That is with specific regard to the encroachment. And I do note that in the recitals for that agreement that the board is desirous of permitting Philpott Children's Tennis to install the tennis bubble. And the agreement reflects that. So in short, to say we have their blessing.
Okay, sorry, can you point that out where that is in the material that we have?
I didn't see it up on the AIC, but I can certainly provide it to the Committee of Adjustment staff members, and it was included in the application materials to the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, that was my concern as well, because it looks like you've got some of your equipment that's required for the dome that is going to be on that property. And that creates a bit of a pickle because we don't want to be, we can't allow an encroachment on a neighboring property without permission.
I'll just resend right now via email.
Well, no, I think what we can do is if we decide to give approval, we can have that permission tied to the approval. Would that be appropriate, Chair and staff?
It seemed to be approved on the, subject to, obviously, it goes without saying almost, they can't encroach on another property without having an agreement. It's not even a committee of adjustment issue at that point. So the agent is telling us they have an agreement with the condominium corp to encroach. So that was, Madam Secretary, could we check the files? We have the plans. We have a file to show what was submitted with the application, just to let the members know that that is on file.
I am trying to look for something, and you are correct. The committee can only deal with what's on the subject property. So you would be dealing with a 0-meter setback. Anything beyond that becomes a civil matter between the two property owners.
Yeah, so, just to, through you, Mr. Chan, I assume your client and are not.
There is a
building something that is quite expensive. But you're saying there was something filed with your application.
There is a
Yes,
draft agreement that's signed by one of the parties, by the condo corp, not by the tennis club. I haven't read through the whole thing, but there is an agreement on file.
Yeah, so as long as it's signed by the party, the other party, we're dealing with this party. If it was the other way around, I'd be more concerned if it was only signed by our applicant and not by the neighboring condo corp, but the condo corp is signed off. So
okay,
so your client will countersign that and send it back if they already haven't done so, to make it a formal final agreement. But you do have the consent on the file to allay Mr. Palmer and Mr. Krameric's fears that we're approving something that involves a different property without consent.
So, Chair, can I ask staff directly, can we tie the approval to this agreement? Because aside from the fact that there's an encroachment on the property, you have a 0 lot line, which I don't like giving out 0 lot lines because that's actually a functional encroachment onto a neighboring property because you can't maintain your property. I understand if it's a parking lot, that's a 0 lot line, there's no issue there, maybe snow storage, but this is actually going to be a structure that starts at the 0 lot line.
Yes, so you can't put in a condition that involves two different parties because the city's not involved in this encroachment agreement. And there's no one to sign off on that condition if you put that in as a condition. Toronto building, even on normal situations when you have a semi and you're building, a new party wall, for example, they would require to have an agreement from the neighbor. I would hope that's a similar case. I don't know what kind of permits they need for this tennis bubble. But you can't put a condition on a neighboring property.
I think I have certainly enough comfort, the fact that what the agents told us, the fact that this application is being supported by members of council, by various community organizations, as something to help children in a disadvantaged part of the city. Come on, guys, they're not going to go ahead and encroach. They have the agreement. He's shown us the signed agreement signed by the condo corp. It's part of his application. It's not like he just ran and found it. He did submit it. We have nothing from community planning. They're aware of this condition. So I think we're looking a little too deeply into this matter. I don't see what the risk is here. So I'm certainly satisfied by what Mr. Chan has pointed out and what we've seen, or what we've been told, that they have the encroachment agreement. It's been signed by the third party landowner. Okay, so is there any other questions, or is someone ready for a motion?
I'm good to go with the motion. I just wanted the answer to that question. So otherwise, I would like to propose approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Cormack. Do you have a seconder for that?
I'm happy to second that motion. It's great to see this project for this underserved community, and I appreciate the focus on the youth there having the priority, both for the services and for the job opportunities.
I wholeheartedly agree. All in favor? You have unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Chan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Best of luck with the project. Okay, so item number, just moving right along here, item 32 and 33 have been deferred, so we move on to item number 34, A, B, C, D, and E, 14 to 18 12th Street. We have 4 speakers on this, just to let you know, and perhaps Adam can confirm. We have Eddie Perez, the agent, as well as 3 neighbors registered to speak.
Mr. Chair, we do have a few changes. There is a late addition, an area resident, Helder Gamers, that we're adding. You would have received an email.
We have an. Yeah, I did. See
Perfect.
it,
So we
yes.
have 4 area residents. And then the other note of change is that Eddie Perez, the agent, will not be presenting. The property owner, Sahil Jaggi, will be presenting.
Okay. So let me just do a brief introduction. This is an application consent to sever the property for the purposes of a lot addition. There'll be a total of 3 residential lots in conjunction with these applications, A, B, C, D, and E. And then where's my notes on this? Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, all the revisions are in the added material.
Okay, so I was going to ask if there's anything in the additional materials.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. The changes were made extremely last minute and added to the additional materials package.
Okay. So, Spar, perhaps you can do the introduction on this one. I only have a full thing here.
Sure, you have a cover letter with previous decisions in the area, planning asking for a reduction, and if they don't reduce, to refuse. Engineering and construction services comments, forestry recommending refusal, a petition in support, a letter in support from 12 12th Street, letters in opposition from 22 24 12th Street, 172, 174, 188 Lakeshore Drive. And then in the additional materials, as Adam mentioned, the very last minute revised variances with the plans and waiver, an email from planning advising that they're okay with these revisions, an additional cover letter from the applicant, and letters in opposition from 20 and 22 12th Street, and some more presentation materials.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so we're hearing from the homeowner then, and not for Mr. Perez. And then we have the 4 speakers. And we do have community planning, so their concerns raised in their letter have all been addressed in the revised plans. So we have community planning is no longer have any concerns or any condition. Okay, so let's hear from it says it's a numbered company, the applicant.
Mr.
So
Chair,
we need to get a
Sahil
name.
Jaggi. Sahil Jaggi.
Sahil Jaggi?
Hi,
Okay.
yes.
Hello, sir. So you're the owner, or the principal of 2630724 Ontario Inc.
It's actually 245-2425 Ontario Inc. and the other one is registered under my personal name.
Okay, I'm just looking maybe at one of the plans up on the board, so it just gave one of those numbers. Okay, so I guess why don't you make a presentation?
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. My name is Sahil Jaggi, and I'm the owner of 14 and 18 12th Street. I've been a resident of South Etobicoke for a decade, and during my tenure as a local resident, I have been involved in residential projects, including my own home in South Etobicoke. We started working on this project in early 2022, and after almost 1 year of back and forth with planning and neighbors, we've come to you with a very reasonable and good proposal to make better use of this combined 75-foot lot that has 2 very rundown homes. Just before I move forward, in the last week, as mentioned, after planning support submitted their report on February 2nd, we had a chance to see some opposition letters. We went back and submitted revised drawings with a zoning waiver, highlighting the further improvements and changes as requested by planning. So we now have full planning support on this project. We've done exactly what they asked for, which I will take you through the process of reduction of the FSI. And as you see, the letter submitted by them on dated February 7th is when you'll see that when planning sent a letter saying that we're now have no longer any objection with the project. So to give you some quick context of what's there right now, if the staff can pull up Exhibit A, that shows the 2 lots on the survey and a picture. So as you can see from the survey, as you can see from the survey, the 2 lots there, one is a 35-foot lot, the other one is a 40-foot lot. So we have 75 feet. And coincidentally, there's more than 25 feet between those 2 existing homes. They're also numbered 14 and 18 with 16 missing in the middle. From the picture, you can see that there's a large driveway in the middle where the car you see is parked. So there's more than 25 feet between the 2 existing homes. So if the staff can also pull up Exhibit B, if you see the aerial view of 12th Street showing all the homes highlighted in red as are all 25-foot lots, and the subject properties in blue being the only anomaly with the exception of the 2 RM multifamily homes. Doing a lot addition here would, in my opinion, not in any way disrupt the precedence of the 25-foot lots that exist on the street. Both our neighbors to the north and south are also 25-foot lots. And based on the first look and letter submitted back in October 2022 from planning, which is in the supporting materials, planning had clearly mentioned that they have no objection with the lot addition consent on this, and it would merely be taking land away from the driveway between the 2 homes, which clearly is serving no purpose. Now that you've seen what's there, I'd like to show you what we are proposing. So if the staff can pull up Exhibit C. So Exhibit C, you will see the proposed are 3 homes. We are proposing to build 3 2-story single-family homes. Nothing out of precedence, nothing new in this neighborhood. We have lots of examples of these homes in New Toronto and South Etobicoke that have had approvals for these severances. And one of the things that we did when we were designing these homes is to follow the previous history of approvals to ensure there was no significant variances unnecessarily added, and we can keep the precedence the same. There's also no objection from transportation on this project, and to reiterate, no objections from planning after the last revision was done and the FSI was lowered and getting rid of like most of the variances, including the length entirely. So if the staff can pull up Exhibit D, I'd like to take you through the variances in a table so it's easier for us to see. So in the table, as you'll see, the part 1, initially we had 5 variances, are now reduced down to 2 variances, very minor in nature. Part 2 and 3, which is basically the center lot, has 5 variances. And actually, part 2 has 4 variances. That's a mistake. We reduced the length on that as well, and so did part 4. The 2 variances, even in our discussion with planning, they mentioned that these variances were low. Lengths were removed completely. But the main point of contention on planning report that was previously done was they wanted us to reduce the FSI below 0.8. That's where I think the buck stopped with planning, and they wanted us to reduce that. So what we did was we removed the length variance completely and hence brought down the FSI. And we sent the revised drawings with a waiver. And, I noticed that in most of the neighbors' objections as well, that they had mentioned that the FSI was too big. And I think the FSI was coming too big, even with as of right lengths, because the lot from the back is only 110 feet deep. But regardless, we removed that variance, brought the FSI down below the 0.8, and we got that okay from planning. And again, they have no objection with this whatsoever. To conclude, there's no side yard setbacks, no landscape variance. FSI is reduced to 0.8 and below. Length variance is completely reduced. So overall, lastly, the staff
You're
can
at 5.5 minutes, sir. Can you
Sorry,
wrap
just
up?
about to wrap up, yes. Exhibit E is just to context to my earlier comment about this is not out of precedence. We all have seen homes here in the Exhibit E, as you will see. And you know what? Thank you for the opportunity to let me explain this, and I'm happy to address any concerns after when I come back.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Jaggi, very good presentation to explain. Obviously, when you have a lot addition like this, you're taking 2 lots, making 3. It's a lot easier to come up with regularized lots than when you take 1 lot and split it in 2. It's just the math.
Absolutely.
So creating 1 lot, and they seem to be in So let's hear what the neighbors, again, we want to just make sure the neighbors are speaking with respect to your latest iteration of your plan in terms of satisfying community planning. Let's hear what their issues are. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, can I just get one question in before
Yes,
that?
sure.
I see all the revisions. You said revised drawings were submitted, but I don't see that as part of our package. Were they submitted with your?
Yes, they were. So it's in the supporting material, the first page of that supporting material. Perhaps the staff can assist here to show where that supporting material is. Otherwise, I can pull up.
The additional materials.
Yeah, it's in the additional.
Yeah.
Well, is it somewhere in the additional? Because I.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, okay, I got it.
then you
I
have
got
to
it.
scroll down.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, so the first speaker listed is Melissa Connors from 24 12th Street.
For the record, the said owner is a realtor. I say this to mention.
Ma'am, can you just start off by stating your name and
I
address?
apologize, Melissa Connors, for the record. So the said owner is a realtor. I say this just to mention that he has knowledge of permits and procedure. In May of 2020, a team of arborists did attempt to destroy a healthy 80-year-old copper leaf tree that was in the back of 18 12th Street. They did attempt to destroy this tree. They were stopped when we were asked for a permit. The tree was at least 60 feet in height and 4 to 5 feet in diameter. On June 16th of 2020, another team of arborists consisting of 6 members came, and they told us that the tree was coming down and that we did not pay their bills. I'm not sure if the panelists know this, but the minimum fine for this act is a minimum of $500, a maximum of $100,000, not including special fines in cases where there is economic gain, in which it is clear to see that this homeowner needed that tree to be down to build these new homes for economic gain. In regard to build and sell these new homes, on your docket this afternoon, he was charged by provincial offense officer.
Sorry,
Oh.
ma'am, I was trying to give you, like, we're dealing here normally with planning issues. So please comments on the build form rather than the bad, possible bad character of the agent in terms of what he did with trees. And in terms of being a realtor, I guess he can't live in 3 houses and there's no crime against being a realtor from what I hear.
Just stating that the tree does
Yeah.
kind of into,
Okay, so the tree is now gone. Is that it?
The tree is now gone. This issue is still in our judicial system, and I would just like this to tie in that, this should be set as a precedent that the tree was down so he can now build these houses maliciously. So I would just please ask that, your panel set this as precedent for this community moving forward.
Yeah, we have a separate urban forestry memo on this property, correct? I'm just trying to get it to come up there on my bookmark. So urban forestry has recommended denial of the application.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, please continue, ma'am. Sorry, just you were going a little bit, getting a little too personal there.
Oh, those are just my comments.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, you were about to say something?
I was just going to ask for it to be denied on that basis alone.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Connors? Members? No? Okay, so the next speaker is one of the occupants of 22 12th Street. So I guess it's pretty even right next door to Melissa on the other closer to the build. I assume there's a number 20. Or is this right next door?
Mr. Chair, we weren't able to mic check these folks, so I'm not totally sure who's going to speak, but I will unmute them now.
Oh, great.
Speaking resident owner of 12th Street there. Sorry, I didn't know about the mic check. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you state your name, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry, that was the first thing I did. It must have been prior.
Yeah.
So this is Antoine Boyer from 22 12th Street, resident owner.
So are you right next door, or is there a number 20 in between?
They're the number 20 in between. I believe they'll be speaking after. No.
Okay.
I have to say, I don't quite understand the process to have revisions so last minute. I don't think we would have been allowed such a last minute change. I don't know how to comment on these revisions. I just want to comment on that process. I don't quite understand it.
Well, I assume that community planning was requesting changes, so they made the changes to appease community planning, who are no longer opposed to the application. So they've been luckily able to get that in through the additional materials and not, have to defer or whatever. So that is an acceptable practice, I guess. But I guess it's, on the fly, in terms of whether those changes that have been made now appease your concerns, or you're still concerned.
Yeah, hard to know because I don't see those changes. I haven't had time to look at them. So it's kind of, I feel inappropriate. But anyways, that's perhaps just from a homeowner or a neighbor that doesn't have much say anyways in the decision. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a bit taken off guard by that, but just to speak about the application itself. So yeah, I mean, the tree that Melissa mentioned was smack dab in the middle. So I think, Sahil was quite misleading in his presentation earlier. I definitely agree we need more houses in the city, more affordable houses anyways. And so, having lot splitting is a great option. The only thing is it was done in a profiteering manner. There was a tree right down in the middle of those lots that would have stopped the house from stopped any potential development. So I realize it's not, I don't care how it was done, but it wasn't done, it was done in an illegal fashion. So we'd be setting precedent that you're allowed to cut down trees, ask for forgiveness, maybe get fined, who knows, whatnot. But then you don't need then urban forestry has nothing to say because it's a stump, right? So I just kind of want to understand what kind of accountability from the planning there is on that, because I know, canopy for Toronto is extremely important. Not only is he cutting down that tree, he's cutting down 2 more trees in the front, and in his proposal he has no trees, not a single planted tree. So he hasn't replaced that illegally cut tree, and he's not replacing either of the 2 trees that he's cutting in the front lawns. So really, I don't understand. This is, quite the affront to the tree canopy policy for Toronto, and really hasn't been held to account from what I can tell. And then, yeah, I mean, I was really looking to speak about this FSI. 0.87 was huge. There's no such house in the area. And that's been proven by there's a recent development looking at Lakeshore Drive, a few properties south. They've looked at all the different floor SSIs of all of the neighborhood, and 0.87 doesn't exist. I'm glad he's reduced it to 0.8, but that was also somewhat misleading. 0.8 is still much above the zoned area, which is 0.6. So we're still asking for a large increase in that the floor space index, and I'm glad planning has approved that. But from my perspective, that's not a minor variance. These are very small lots to start with. He's now packing huge homes in these lots. And floor space index exists for a reason. Part of it being to allow for proper tree canopy, which obviously this man does not care about that. But other things is for drainage. We're quite close to the lake. The 12th Street is quite low comparative to 13th Street. Actually extremely low. We're 3 meters below. So the backyards actually have a huge cliff from 13th Street. So he's building these huge lots on these huge homes on very small lots, reducing all the infiltration that could happen. So these zones are there for a reason, right? The zoning laws are there for a reason, and that's one of them, infiltration. So I just want to speak to that. Yeah, and really, if we're looking, I think, Housing TO 2020-2030 action plan, we're looking to build more affordable housing. He's building mansions. This isn't, why are we allowing these variances, which I don't think are minor, 0.8 instead of 0.6, that's quite the increase. When a 0.6 FSI would result in a much more affordable home and be in line with Toronto's vision. So I don't really understand why we are allowing these variances I don't think are minor when they're directly against the general direction Toronto is trying to take. So that's kind of what I want to share with the committee, and thanks for listening. Sorry it was on the negative side. He has been hard to work with. He said another misleading statement was that he's worked with the neighbors. That's not true. He did not work with us. We got these letters in the mail and got the post planted in. He has not talked to us. So quite a few misleading statements from him. But anyways, Thanks for your time, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Just want to comment quickly on one of the things you said about the fact that he's, being about taking down a tree. And we're the Committee of Adjustment. We're looking with the build form. Our decision is where, as this lot division result in a normalized acceptable lot, and then what the massing of the building he's seeking to put on it, is that reasonable? In terms of whether there's any penalties for taking down a mature tree under the urban forestry proceeding against him, that would be great if they could find, but we're not a punitive body. We have to look under sections. We only appointed under 2 sections of the Planning Act, and we're not a punitive body. We recently denied an application. I dissented where it was a bad actor type landlord and tenant issues, and whether it was an issue under the landlord tenant, he has redress there, just like under the urban forestry, or any penalties under the Provincial Offenses Act for taking down trees. But we're dealing with the build form, and we're not allowed to penalize people as an administrative body. We're not a punitive body, and the punitive, we can't assess fines, but we can't to refuse someone on a non-planning issue. The issue is we're dealing with the build form here. So I don't mean to belittle any issues about taking on the tree, but it's really not something that we're supposed to be looking and giving him a negative response as a way of penalizing him for doing something he probably shouldn't have done. Just to keep that in conjunction. And the question of from point 0.6 to 0.8 is, the question is not what's permitted, but what the build form, and we'll have to hear from him in his presentation and now rebuttal as to whether that is reasonable, what's being built there. Because the build form, we look at the prevailing character. So even though it's 0.6 is what's permitted, are people now building more than 0.6? That's why the Committee of Adjustment gets 4,000 applications at this, every year, because people want more than the bylaw permits. Anyway, sorry for venting. I just wanted to give you some explanation there. So the next speaker is Michael Backus at 188 Lakeshore Drive.
Backus, can you hear me?
Yes.
I live at 188 Lake Drive.
Can you try to speak a little louder? You're very faint. You're calling from a closet. So are you located close by there to the property, and what's your concerns with this?
It's muted.
That's
Can you
better.
hear me now?
Oh yeah, much better. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. My name is Michael Backus, and I live at 188 Lakeshore Drive. In summary, my summary is that I am against all of the variances that were applied for. I think they are beyond what should norm in our neighborhood. It defames our streetscape. It also take away from our what you call it, a forestry or a canopy. There's no trees on this lot. And if I can quickly go to the document that was submitted today, the supported material that Mr. Jaggi just went through. The photograph that he has on the first page is very deceiving because it is not current. It is an old photograph with the trees that were removed. And then if you go to Exhibit D, where he shows you that all the lots are the same, they are not the same. He's misrepresenting that again. I don't have the numbers to give you, or nor do we have the time. If we look at lot 37, which is across the street and is in one of his photographs, I don't know if he's trying to make fun of us here, or what's the purpose of all these big buildings that he's showing. Lot 37 is 33 feet plus wide, with a smaller footprint than any of the buildings that he's proposing. Quickly, I'd like to talk about the height of these buildings. They are, one of them I think is about 5 feet taller than it should be. I just have to find the exhibit. That's Exhibit D. The house on part 2 and 3 is 5 feet 3 inches taller, and these buildings are infringing on our privacy. They are tall, there are no trees, there are no canopy. And I'd just like to talk a little about this one tree that was there. And I'm not talking about penalty. I'm just talking about how it affected this fragile neighborhood. That one tree is a generational habitat for many life forms in our neighborhood. We would normally see a crystal fox come across from when it was Ryan's house. Ryan's yard into our yard gets across 13th Street and into Colonel Samuel Smith Park. Colonel Samuel Smith Park is a haven for wildlife, so is our neighborhood. And the removal of this one tree disrupts so much of the fragility in this neighborhood that we don't have the skunks, we don't have the what's that one we look for spring? I forgot the name now. The ground, is it groundhog? um, they're all gone. Just that removal of that one habitat. So it is very fragile, this neighborhood. Again, he's covering all three lots with these huge homes that there's no soft soil to absorb extra rain. And look at it, we're in the middle of winter and we're having rains. Where's that water going to run off to? Eventually, it has to go into our sewer system. That's going to cause us a problem eventually. So I think that this whole project needs to be scaled back. And in as much as I welcome the new homes, they're too big. They're taking up more space in the front of the homes. And as I think the speaker before me said, I forgot his name now, Boyer, on his letter, he's showing here that there are 41 homes on 12th Street, that's south of Morrison, that are under 60 FSI. And there's only one house that's a little over 60. And there are two semis in there. So there's nothing greater than 0 FSI in this neighborhood. I would also like to say that once we start to change here, it's going to be the precedent for the rest of this community. And if we notice, 170 and 196 are now in T-Lab. They're being reviewed in T-Lab. If this is allowed to go through, it's going to set a precedent for much larger property.
Yeah, Mr. Backus, you're at 5 minutes. If you could ask you to wrap up. So you're talking about the two houses at 178, 176. You're at 188. I see where you are, and it's at the corner of 12th and Lakeshore. You're saying those two properties are at OMB?
No, 170 Lakeshore Drive and 196 Lakeshore Drive.
I see. Okay.
So again, my summary is that I am objecting to this project and all of its variances that it's applied for because it does not fit into the character of our neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time, for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Members, anyone have any questions for the last speaker? Okay, if not, we have one more speaker. The additional speaker, I think his name is Holder. Adam, what's the gentleman's name and his address?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Helder Marino.
Oh. Hello. Yes, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and the committee members. My name is Helder Gamero, and I am speaking on behalf of the members of 2012th Street. So we are the neighboring house to the property. I'm going to apologize on a couple of fronts beforehand. So one, for the late submission to request to participate. Two, the material I will be referencing is based on the original proposal. And three, I am a data analyst by trade, so I'll try to keep this as colorful as possible and less dry. So on behalf of the residents of 2012th Street, our house occupies 3 adults and 2 children. I'm currently requesting to oppose the exceptions from 14th to 18th Street, 12th Street, and the multiple variances being requested. on the grounds that they will affect the neighborhood from an aesthetic, sustainability.
Sorry, start the clock, please. Thank you.
Oh. Yep, thank you.
Started the clock on you.
All right. I oppose that we refuse the request based on the aesthetic, the sustainability, and the overall safety impacts of the neighborhood. The Mimico area south of Morrison has been a long-standing community of tree-lined residential houses. The area attracts all forms, some looking for future residents, while others are just simply making our neighborhood a destination for extracurricular activity. However, they all have in common the same thing. They admire the beauty in our community. The development of larger homes is unavoidable. This is obvious. But homes are being developed with more and more exceptions allowed under the note of in keeping with or historical exceptions that have allowed for some kind of provision. In all manners, though, this is reducing our green space further and further. More 2- and 3-story developments are being put closer to the property lines. They block views, they push more vehicles onto the road, compounding challenges of visibility and neighborhood safety. Yes, developments may be increasing value to the neighborhood, but the value is jumping at a rate that is artificial and financially unattainable. Just as an example, across the street, 2 years ago, there was a new build that sold for over $2.1 million. And these changes to the area are making it less aesthetically pleasing and less desirable to families and retirees coming in.
Yes, sir. Can you try to maybe focus more in on this particular redevelopment?
I will.
And the structures on it rather than giving us this big picture.
Correct. All right, correct. Well, it's context. So, and I do apologize.
No problem.
All right, so on occasion, there is the odd variance, but this project has multiple variances. I counted 18 initially, and this is extreme. The impacts here are impacting the neighborhood and encroaching on the privileges that has on the neighboring residences, specifically referring to sections 10, 80, 40, 10 through 70, which as a direct neighbor of the property, these variances exceed the height limit of the house, which creates a loss of view and indirectly impacts my space via reduced sunlight and compromises my privacy. As an example, 1080-40-10 is requesting the sidewall height of 8.6 meters. This is 23% higher than the allowed permit of 7 meters, which will even then tower over my current home and most of the dwellings on the street. Allowing with this height request, in addition to the quote, architectural feature proposed, will remove my privacy. Additionally to the height, the length and overall floor area will have a longer lasting effect on the sustainability and in particular drainage. Out front of the property is currently a sewer drain known to overflow. It happens. My residence, 2012th Street, has already experienced 2 instances of water damage due to the mains backing up. That's not for conversation here, but it is a factor because reduced land drainage will further impact that drain's ability to drain water from the area, creating a future risk of flooding in my home and in other homes in the immediate vicinity. In addition to a lot of these areas and the reduced drainage, the space also is asking for removal of 2 trees. I realize this has already been discussed, but this tree removal, I have to stress, will also reduce and is in contradiction to the overall tree canopy initiative for the City of Toronto. So in closing, I would leave this, that this is an old neighborhood. And recently, as already has been covered, there was a 100-year-old tree that was cut without authorization. Although that subject is a separate one, that tree removal serves as a valuable lesson and foreshadows the impact here. The tree much like the neighborhood took generations to grow and generations to mature. Once established, both tree and neighborhood alike give back to those who live alongside it. That tree was removed without due diligence, future considerations, or offsets. Successful neighborhoods like the Mimico Long Branch area need the protection of our current zoning laws.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Gomera, if you can please wrap up.
Sure. In closing,
5 speakers.
we need to protect the current zoning laws to protect not only the area, but the privileges of the neighboring residences. And we can't keep allowing because it was allowed before. We need to slow down and stop on the slippery slope that we're setting a precedence here for.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Gomero before we move back to Mr. Jaggi to respond to the concerns of the 4 neighbors who have spoken, plus all the letters? No questions? Okay, Mr. Jaggi, you've heard from 4 of your neighbors. Please, your chance to respond to what they've had to say.
You. First of all, wow, I feel like there are a lot of the concerns. I was expecting more focused on them, without the possibility of wasting the time of committee of adjustments. We're all here to address zoning. We're all here to address the problems with or concerns with the project. And all the problems seem a little too personal to me. But that being aside, what I want to focus on the actual issues that were brought up, and I'm going to try and summarize it, that are sort of focused on the issues that were brought up regarding the project. So first of all, and I completely get it. This is a change. This is their home. I would like to address these concerns one by one and start by saying that I'm also a resident here. My family's kids play in the park right across the house. One of the homes is actually being built for one of my family members. But that being aside, we've taken this into account, and we worked very hard in the last 1 year with planning to ensure that these concerns were addressed. In the last few weeks, I have knocked doors. I have, like every single person, when it was super cold, I was knocking doors on every single person who's also here is opposing. I was there knocking, which is why we also have support of more than 8 people, including the adjacent property at 12 12th Street. No concerns whatsoever. 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 77, and the 37 across the street all have zero concerns with this project. They welcome this project. They understand that the current 2 homes, which are more than 100 years old, are serving absolutely no purpose. Regarding the tree, I will comment quickly, and before we even get there, I want to be clear that we are aware that if we were to get an approval today, it will be fully conditional on urban forestry's approval. We are not skipping a step here. Approval here, we are going to go through urban forestry. And then the tree that was cut down that seemed to have angered quite a bit of people, just to make you understand, there was an arborist report. And the arborist report said that the tree is very dangerous, decayed, and in poor condition. The branches were falling with tenants, almost killing one of the tenants, fell 6 feet away from his deck. It was a very heavy branch. And I was told by my arborist to take it down and you have no time to wait. In response, yes, Parks and Forestry did get involved. And in lieu of that, and this will hopefully help put the matter to rest, more than 15 trees were planted by our behalf, and that was paid cash in lieu to Parks and Forestry, and the matter now is 100% closed. Regarding the 2 trees that are in the front, of course, we will take the matter with City of Toronto, and if people did pay attention to the arborist report, we are saying that we will plant 6 brand new trees on the property. There is space to do it. We will increase the tree canopy, not decrease, and the front 2 trees are also in absolutely decayed and poor condition. So here, if you were to really objectively look at this without taking the personal issues out of this, 2 poor trees are being taken out, 6 brand new fresh trees are being planted here to increase the tree canopy. So coming back to the FSI and the houses being too big, can we all look at the extent of the minor variances that I'm asking and the number of minor variances I'm asking? This is not 18 variances. This is 2 variances on one house, 4 variances on the other, and 5 variances on the third, all very minor. And planning department, who I believe, Bram and all these guys, who are some of the smartest people I've met, who have pushed us back on all fronts from the very beginning, We have complied to every single request, and that is the reason why they have given us a sign off today. So at the end of the day, there is nothing out of precedence coming out of this project. What, however, is coming out is 3 homes that we can accommodate for 3 families that can live there instead of 200-year-old rundown homes, which is serving absolutely no purpose. I'd like to also bring to attention, I did go door knocking, which I've already mentioned. In fact, our city does need to come together as a community to have encouraged development, especially when a developer is coming in with reasonable improvements and with planning support. So with taking the personal situation out of the equation, tree situation is getting better. Variances are minor, and the number of variances are reduced. All departments will be on board before we take a step towards building these homes. And hopefully, listening to this, the neighbors do understand that there's actually nothing out of precedence that I'm doing. One of the homes in the exhibits that one of the gentlemen mentioned is a 33-foot home. Nowhere did I mention, and I'm trying to mislead by showing that these are 25-foot homes. What I was simply showing is the similar kind of homes that have been built in the city. And these homes with no length variances, no landscape variances, no softscape variances, no side yard variances. This is, to me, a very good minor variances, which is the only reason why a very smart department is now backing us to build this. So I humbly ask the Committee of Adjustments to align with planning and give us an approval, conditional on urban forestry approval. We will absolutely go through every single one of those departments to make sure they're satisfied before we go ahead and build these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggi. Any further questions for Mr. Jaggi? Mr.
I have a question and a comment. Maybe I'll start with my question. Your front yard setback variance, can you just give us a perspective on how that compares to the other existing houses on the street?
Yes, absolutely. So if the staff can actually pull back Exhibit C, that will explain it the best. So Exhibit C will show you the site plan of the 3 homes. And if you can see the house to the north, and if you can see the house to the south. So you can see the line. What we've done is typically a front yard setback is calculated based on the average of the 2 abutting lots, right? So if you look at these 3 homes, we've placed these homes at an average of the house to the north and an average to the house to the south. So it's actually it's just a little behind the house to the north and just a little forward from the house to the south. So the reason why you see a larger variance on paper is the way that the zoning examiner calculates this. And when we discuss this with planning, the placement of the home is exactly where it should be in terms of parking 1 car in front of it, having a garage, and not having 2 forward from the other and 2 behind from the other, which is why the guy on the south is super happy and he's given us a full support. And again, if I had the opportunity to sit with the person at 12 Street, maybe they would have gotten a little bit more perspective. But my door knocking, and I even tried to call, but anyway, that's besides the point. But to answer your front yard setback, as you can see from the site plan, you'll see the house to the south, see the house to the north, enough space so it doesn't give us a rear yard setback, to have enough greenery in the back and plant the 6 trees that we want to, and at the same time leave enough space in the front for one car to be parked on the driveway.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggi. I think you just mentioned, though, you mixed up. You said it was the guy at 20 who just spoke. Holder, 12 is the
Sure. So yes, so 12 is the person in support, and he's also built an addition. There's a 2-story house there. If you really look closely to 20th Street, their house is actually longer than the proposed house that we even built, and that was because of an addition. But again, we have no issues with anybody here. We're just looking to build 3 reasonable homes.
Right. Okay. And like I said,
Mr. Chair, I had a comment as well, which I'd like to make now. And that's given how late the revisions were submitted, and given that because of that lateness, most of the residents didn't have the benefit of seeing those changes. I would suggest in the future that this item probably should have been deferred, so that new notice could have been posted and people would have been able to see what's actually come forward. Because I think a lot of the opposition was based on the original plans. And if the original plans were before us, I'd be voting against them. But given what's before us now, I have a different opinion, and maybe it might have swayed some of the residents as well.
Okay. Fair comments. What does that segue into you making a motion.
It could. Thank you.
Why don't we see, does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone's good? Nope. Okay, Neil, your voice is on. Okay. So go ahead.
Based on all of that, I think there's substantial progress been made to make these palatable, and I believe they do meet the tests. So I would like to first off move the motion to do the severance, and then secondly to approve the variances as revised, with the usual ECS conditions and with forestry condition 1 for all 3 sites. And I think that's about it. I was going to put another condition on here in terms of forestry condition 3, but I believe the proponent is already saying that he'll be planting new trees, so I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Comeric, for that motion. Can I do have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Palmer, thank you. Any comment?
No, I share Stan's comments about the late revisions. I think it's better to maybe seek a deferral and give proper notice to the neighbors in particular. So.
Yeah, general comment in terms of very late last minute changes. You're right, maybe it's they have just time for all this happens pretty quick. Anything to get the way they notice, and they have to start getting letters together in the very limited period. So I agree, this doesn't allow them to address the last concerns. And we say in my opening remarks that we won't allow revisions on the fly. We'll defer to make sure the people who are entitled to notice are aware of the changes. But on a last minute, you're right, that really doesn't happen. So anyway, all in favor? Okay, we have unanimous approval. The application has been approved. Thank you, Mr. Jaggi, and thank you to all the neighbors. And I trust you understand the decision that's been made and the rationale. Okay, the next application is item number 35 A, B, C, and D, 41 Elmhurst Drive. And again, this is an application to consent to sever the property to 3 undersized residential lots, conveyed, 2 parts conveyed, and 1 retained. Yeah, we have urban forestry looking for condition 3. We have the various frontages and lot sizes. We have from B, C, and D a new detached dwelling to be with attached garages to be built on each. And in that case, we have 13 variances on 1 application, 11 and 11. We have the survey draft plan. We have 2 cover letters. Planning is recommending refusal on the basis the lots are out of character. We have the ECS comments, 8 letters of support. Basically, people who just like to see the property cleared up. We have an opposition from 56 Elmhurst. And okay, what do we have in the additional materials on this, if anything?
Nothing.
Okay, and the speaker for this application is Charles Sarda,
yes.
Do we have any other on the next page? No, we only have the 1 speaker. So, sir, you have planning recommending refusal of your application. We do have 8 letters of support, form letters, and we have a letter of opposition, as I stated.
Should I proceed?
And that letter of, I believe that's a rather lengthy, comprehensive letter of, yes, that's the one I read. Yes, sir, go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Charles Sharda. I'm acting as the agent for the owners, my sister and brother-in-law. I know you have all that stuff you just mentioned, and so I'm going to abbreviate my comments due to time concerns, because I'm tired just listening for the last 4 hours. I don't know how you guys do it. Anyways, I'm before you requesting permission to construct 3 new detached dwellings with attached garages. The planning for this proposal, I'll speak to it as a whole, even though it's in 4 parts, started 16 months ago and included conversations with neighbors, family, and some neighbors, our family, professional consultants, and the owners. I myself am a builder and licensed carpenter. I'm not an architect or a developer or anything, but I've been before you numerous times in the last 30 years because I've been a builder and lived my life basically in Rexdale, along with extended family. So this neighborhood is pretty dear to my heart. The property as it exists has been an eyesore for decades, and that desperately needs wholesale renewal. There was unanimous neighborhood consent on that. We did extensive canvassing, and that was pretty easy because a lot of people we already know. We wanted to create smaller type starter homes versus monster homes. When the property was purchased about 18 months ago, there's actually a permit on this property right now to build a huge house. And most of the neighbors didn't like that. And we didn't either. That's not why we bought the property together. So we wanted to build smaller type homes that would be suitable for younger families. So these homes are 1,530 square feet, which we thought was suitable. There are 3 elementary schools within 350 feet of this property and 4 community churches within walking distance. We moved the orientation to Turpin, a less busy street than Elmhurst, because that was another good feature in having these homes designed for families or young families starting out. We acknowledge that this is a unique request. We believe it will fit and enhance the character of the neighborhood. Unlike the typical subdivisions, like just west of Islington or just south of Gulfdown, this part of Rexdale is quite eclectic. It's full of infill housing that has been built over the decades. There's an 8-story apartment building just to the west, as well as townhouses, and there are small old houses and larger new houses. The really significant variances that we are requesting are obviously, for what we're doing, the lot sizes, the front yard setback, the floor space index, and on the one house, the north house, the side yard setback, which all come down to putting a reasonably useful house on a smaller lot. We have almost full support from people in the neighborhood. And we ascertained that by not just knowing people who live there already, but repeated canvassing and talking to them. What we think that this will be a successful project and a real plus to the community. So that's my sort of presentation in a nutshell. And obviously, I'm aware of the one letter of opposition because I've spoken to those people numerous times. I don't want to address that till you tell me to, because I'm not really sure how this works. I do have a question though. I didn't know there was urban forestry condition 3. What is that?
Cast in lieu.
Oh, okay. So that's just standard. No problem.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I've just been reading the we have the planning report. You know, we have one speaker here, I believe, which goes along with the letter. So if you want to wait to make your comments in response, you can certainly do so. You're almost out of time anyway. So thank you for your presentation, sir. Obviously everyone wants to get, seems like they want you to do something here and fix this lot up. The question is, three lots and 0.67, is that, and all the other variances, is it too much as community planning says? So does anyone have any questions for the agent brother-in-law before we move over to hear from the neighbors?
Mr. Chair, maybe you can confirm, but I don't have any area neighbors to speak to this file.
Oh, you're right. Right, it is getting late, but we do have that. Okay, we do have that one long letter from 56, I think it was 56 Elmhurst. So perhaps, sir, you can, like the rules for an unopposed or opposed, it just means that there's someone here. But we do have a letter before us. The person could have been chosen to attend today and reiterate what their concerns, but they certainly don't have to do so. We do have that letter on the record. So if you want to respond to that,
yes, I would like to.
You're right. And perhaps you also thought there's someone here, but it's only
No,
you.
I kind of knew that they wouldn't be here in person. They're not really that opposed, but they did want to put their thoughts on paper. And so, yes, I'm aware of the letter. And as recently as yesterday, like sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I've spoken with them a number of times in person as well as with emails. The last time I reached out to them was yesterday because I had some compromise ideas on fencing and the street character thing that they talk about. So in terms of their concerns, the way that I suggested to them, I have the letter in front of me, the email. The way I suggested to them I could address some of their concerns was with respect to the fencing, to not put the privacy wooden fence all the way along Elmhurst, but somewhere near the backyard, change it to a 4-foot green chain link fence so they could actually see the house. But in terms of streetscape, I don't think they understood that the city will plant 2 new trees on the boulevard along Elmhurst and will be closing up a double driveway. So in actual fact, the streetscape will be enhanced from what it is now, irrespective of the fact that this dumpy old house will be gone. So, the other neighbors, even the Colin who lives directly beside the house, he doesn't have the same concerns as the people at number 56 who are actually a few doors away. So I'm willing to take some measures in the direction of compromise.
Okay, and we do have the planning report. Okay, so thank you for that, sir. Any questions for the agent, or is someone ready to weigh in with a motion?
Could I make one comment about planning?
About the planning report?
Yeah, because I did. Okay, so I've been before you as committee numerous times in my life, and the committee has always been wise and reasonable. But planning department has never supported any of my ideas in Rexdale. This time, however, I was contacted by them and spoke with them quite a bit. And what they wanted me to do was nothing like what I wanted to do. And so I discussed some compromises with them, like 2 houses instead of 3, because the lot is actually a double lot. There is no number 43. The house is number 41 and the neighbor's number 45. But even then, they said,
yeah.
Even then, they said they wouldn't support it. So I asked the guy what his thoughts were on this whole idea of society needing more houses, especially smaller ones. And basically, he said, on the record, I can't support it. Off the record, it's a good idea. So I'm just saying, tongue in cheek, that's actually what happened on the phone. So I tried my best, got nowhere.
Okay, that's sort of hearsay stuff. We have their report before us. That's what we have. Members, any further questions for Mr. Sarja? Or is someone ready for a motion?
I know it's late, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to throw out a couple of comments if I could.
Yep.
I generally, on a severance, if I'm seeing a request for a variance of both front and rear yard, I find that hard to swallow for a new build. On the flip side, I like the proponent is proposing some reasonable size housing if we're looking for affordable housing. I mean, these are 1,600 square foot houses. My other comment on generally, I wouldn't be in support of the front yard setback that's being proposed, but with the orientation of the houses being changed to that side street, there's no other houses there. It's basically those three in a park. So those are my comments.
Okay, anyone else have any comments, or I guess we need a motion. I guess at this point, if they were looking to split in two, and I did a little chart when I do my review in terms of how far off. So that they're looking for frontage of 12.2, where it's not off by that much. Right? In terms of the minimum, it's 12.21, whereas 13.5 is required, and in the lot coverage, it's around the 230s, whereas 0.45 to 0.64. So that's what we're faced with here. Usually you see all the neighbors as in the last application. Here you don't have that same opposition other than the one neighbor. And I think changing the orientation is, as you say, quite relevant. Anyone else have any comments? And if not, then I guess it's up to one of the four of you to make a motion.
Yeah, Palmer, yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable when I look at the stats and everything, but then when I look at the hand-drawn sketches, the design looks appropriate for what is being sought to be built here. So I'd be comfortable tying any approvals generally to the site plan, and in particular the setback of the front of the house, so that you can actually fit a car in the driveway, because the garage is set back further than the rest of the dwelling. Because you do have a sidewalk there too, so you don't have the benefit of the municipal boulevard to park the car. And also, given the proximity of the north house to the street, normally you'd have a larger side yard setback there. But he's upgraded that facade with quite a few windows, which softens the impact of that elevation, I think. So that's why it'd be moving towards generally tying any approvals to these hand-drawn sketches, which are just that, they're sketches. They're somewhat drawn to scale, but they're on graph paper. And yeah, so that's generally what I'm thinking.
If I could make a comment?
No, we're admitting now. Sorry, man. Sorry, sir. Unless you're asked a direct question, you're out of the loop right now. So I guess I would think, by changing the orientation, if you think anyone would be opposed, it would be the neighbor at 43, I think it is. So here, I'm going to ask you a question. Do we have the consent of the neighbor at 43? Because they're the one who, changing from looking at the side on the house next to them, looking at the same orientation, to going and looking at the three backyards by changing that orientation. So is it, sir, is
45.
Yeah, I'm looking at the plan. Is it 45 or is it 40?
Well, I'm looking at Google. I could
I'm
be
just
wrong.
looking at the location map, which is a little fuzzy. Whoever's right next door, whether it's
Whoever they're going to be backing into.
Yeah. So that I think party is the most directly affected. Other than that, I agreed. I don't think the lots are that. I think if 13.5, your 12 point was your one, it's not a huge, as big as the difference we've seen in terms of the lot. So that's just my comment. So anyway, we need someone to make a motion.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. I'll move for approval of the consents, their appropriate lotting for that area, I believe, and for the variances as submitted. They're minor in nature, meet the four tests in the Planning Act, and I'll make these conditional on tying them generally to the site plans that were submitted. Obviously, there's details that still need to be worked out, but in terms of the setback for the garage, and in particular the north elevation. And then the conditions, I guess, we've got a forestry condition, which is the cash in lieu. And then just generally the engineering and construction services conditions.
Okay, the only question is, could you, in terms of condition on the plans, is there any, the features normally we say with respect to the things they're concerned with, the depth or the length?
Well, and I think I
Look
indicated
at everything, yeah.
the
So
setback on the garages, I
yes,
think is at 5.5 meters. And on the elevation, the north elevation, with the windows and the treatment of the north elevation to soften the impact of that on the
okay.
sites. Those are the ones I was particularly interested. But generally, I mean, he's shown some schematics on what he wants to do with the rear yard and on the south elevation, I believe, as well. So
Right. But if you make it on there, it makes it harder for the inspector to know what we were thinking. So that's why it seems they were changed finally from substantially in accordance with the plans, which is subjective, and the city doesn't want subjective. They've now finally, it looks like, gone to the construct as illustrated and construct as illustrated with respect to X and Y, which is much easier for.
okay, well, I think I provided sufficient information there.
Barbara, you need?
Application for all 3 lots or just one of them?
For all 3 of them with respect to the garage setback. And then on the elevation on the, I believe it's the north building.
So
The north right elevation, is that the right one? North right elevation? Yeah.
No, but I need to know for all of the parts, for all 3 houses or just one of them?
Well, for the garage setback on all of them but just for the north building on that one elevation. North unit, yeah, he's got north unit written on there.
I know, but I need to know for which part. So that would be part 1.
Part 1, that's correct, sorry.
And for the types of plans, it can just be as it relates to the building footprint.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a seconder for Mr. Palmer's motion? Mr. Komarek, thank you. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. You have your approval. Okay, Mr. Sargent. Committee has approved on condition to what Mr. Palmer said and the urban forestry condition.
Thank you very much, committee. Have a
Okay.
wonderful day.
You too. Okay, our next application, it was the matter was deferred from the April 5th, 2022 hearing, 17 Chauncey Avenue. It's an application to permit a day nursery within the existing single-family dwelling with 2 variances. We have an email to reschedule, okay, and they said they weren't going to make any modifications when it was previously deferred. Planning is recommending refusal, but if approved for a 3-year time limit. The applicant has written a letter claiming that planning was supportive in 2021 with a 5-year time limit. So planning's position is refusal. I believe this is a daycare with, I think 24 children or, anyway, we'll hear from the applicant, and the applicant is, perhaps you can help me, I think my sheet fell on the floor.
Mr. Chair and members, the agent is David Colosi, and I also like to bring to your attention the area resident for 10 Furrow is not present on the call at this time. So it's just the agent.
Okay. Attrition. Was the neighbor ever on the call? Dropped off?
No, Mr. Chair, the agent was never, or the area resident was never on the line.
Okay.
We did reach out to them via email because they did not provide a phone number, and we still haven't heard back from them.
Okay, and I believe we do have some letters about, do we have any letters of opposition? We have planning report. We don't have any area, what do we have, anything in the additional materials?
No, Mr. Chair, no items for 36.
Okay, so it looks like the speaker is David Colosi. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. So yeah, it's been a long day. I've been on since noon, like yourself. So I'll just say a few words to talk you through the chronology of this. It might make some sense of the background information, which is kind of nonsensical. So the owners initiated this idea of providing a child care center within their house prior to my involvement as the architect and agent. and had initiated dialogue and a PPR with planning at that time in late 2020 and early 2021. At that time, they were told that the planning supported their proposal, which was for 24-child daycare space, which that has never changed. So they brought us on board to proceed with a proper committee of adjustment application, which we proceeded with for fall, I may have my years wrong, of 2022. By the time we, sorry, 2021, yeah, 2021. And by the time we got a date, it was March, I believe, of 2022. Immediately before the hearing, we were contacted by planning and said that they no longer supported it and they recommended deferring so that we could have a meeting to discuss, which we said, sure, we'll defer, we'll hear your comments. At that point, they had done a complete about face. They said, we no longer support this. Actually, it's not, we don't believe it's a minor variance. You should go through a zoning bylaw amendment, which I'm sure you're aware is far more onerous, far more expensive, and basically would kill the project. And when we asked why, they said, well, the proposal's changed. And I said, in what way? Because it's 24 children. You'll see from the drawings, there's no addition proposed. There's no extra floor. There's no extra wing. There's no change to GFA. It's entirely within the existing building. So the only change was with regards to interior layouts to make them actually ministry compliant. That had never been done prior to our involvement. So that's the only change. And so, you know, we said, well, we can't, that would kill the project. So that's why we've come back to this point. So we're proceeding with the proposal as it was originally prepared. The same proposal that was supported in writing by planning previously, including the 5-year change of use. As you mentioned, there's 2 variances. One is with regards to parking. There's technically only 1 parking spot provided, although in reality, you could park 2 cars nose to tail, one in the driveway and one in the garage. And the other variance is just related to use. As I said, there's no addition, there's no GFA or FSI height, any sort of variance related to that. And I guess just in closing, I mean, I've clearly been frustrated in this dialogue with planning, but it feels like they're talking out of both sides of their face, where on one hand they're saying we need to comply with a bunch of things, which they've also indicated SPA would be a requirement. So this is not, it wouldn't go straight to building permit. SPA is required, which is the appropriate venue to work through detailed, you know, urban design and transportation and whatnot nuances, which would be the next step for this project. But at the same time, they're saying, you know, we recommend not accepting this proposal partially on the basis of, you know, there's no municipal sidewalk on this street, and therefore they're concerned about children getting to the daycare safely. Well, of course, we're concerned about that as well, but to say that you're not supporting this because the lack of a municipal sidewalk seems like
Well,
completely
hold on. They also talk about in a lot of industrial buildings, the industrial area.
Yeah.
Could
It's
just
a mixed-use area.
this is like no one's coming back to sleep in this at night. They're going to take the bedrooms out and make it into a for a daycare, right?
No. There's
No,
still a residence as well. If you
There's
see
still
the drawings.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the drawings here.
It's an owner operator, so they live on site and operate a portion of the building as a licensed daycare.
For 24 children in a
Ministry
single family
compliant.
home, not a little daycare with 3 kids that they look after school. We're talking a
That
full
wouldn't be a licensed daycare.
24 kids, right?
3 students would not be a licensed daycare and wouldn't require any of this.
Okay, whatever. But we're talking 24. We're not talking, I don't know, you know, I'm just think of the numbers. So this is
24 is the number it's always been. That's correct.
The variance is a day nursery is a permitted use, provided it was located in an apartment building or a building with one or more of the following: public schools, private school, place of worship, community center, or library. So you're going to tell me that you're going to have this is a 2-story or 1-story house?
We'll just look at the drawings. Yeah, it's 2-story. It's sort of split level. It's quite a large house.
It says existing 1-story house, existing. So I guess you're going to build. Is your drawings by workshop as the workshop Chauncery? You're looking at the right plans. Anyway,
I am, yeah.
Toddler playroom, preschool playroom, and this is in the basement. Okay, and then main floor, you got some bedrooms, and you got sort of, you know, room E or whatever. Okay.
It's a split level house. Like originally, if we dissect the plans, there was an original house that was at some point in history, a second home effectively was built on the back. So it's almost like 2 homes, although it operates as a single family home. So there's split level.
Can you comment on the fact that it's sort of clear to near a sort of industrial area in terms of the context of the house that you're seeking to do this in?
Yeah, I think that's a mischaracterization of the street. I think the street is actually a very vibrant mixed-use street that has a whole bunch of different businesses on it, of which a daycare would be an appropriate addition. So you have Islington immediately to the east, which is of course a major north-south artery and transit route. There's a couple of houses, of which this is the last house moving from east to west. This is the last house from Islington, and then as we continue moving west towards Kipling, then you get, starting with the south side of the street, which is what this is on, transition away from single-family homes into a variety of different, commercial and mixed-use activities, including like butchers, all sorts of things that a neighborhood needs.
Okay. Okay. Any of the other members have any questions for Mr. Colucci?
Yeah, Palmer. Transportation had sent some comments when this was originally scheduled, and they asked for a parking demand study. Was that done?
No, a parking demand study was not done. Like I said, this would be the first step because SPA, as they've indicated, is a requirement of this, right? So all of that will have to be addressed through SPA.
Okay, so you didn't meet with transportation.
We met.
Last deferral.
We met with all of them. Yeah, anyone who on their side would attend.
Sorry,
transportation said the variance.
Between the time of the last deferral and this hearing, have you met
Yes.
with any of the staff?
Yes, absolutely. We had a pre-application meeting at their request. They had a member from Children's Services who told us what the ministry requirements were, which we said, thanks, yeah, very, very much. We're aware of those. We had a member from Transportation who said, yeah, it's technically you'd require 3 parking spaces. You've got 1, so the delta is 2. The transportation study is not about the parking per se. It's about the drop off and about how the children would be safely brought to the front door, which absolutely that's central to any childcare. We do lots of childcare projects, and that's always one of the first design elements to be dealt with. But if this project gets stopped, like the owner can't commission a transportation study if the project's not going anywhere.
Okay, I do see we do have the 2 area councillors, so the former Mark Grimes, now James Maloney, James Maloney is federal, and we have former councillor Grimes. Hold on, March 22nd, 2022. That right, the election was in November. So you don't have anything from the new council. The councillors are he says the neighbors, I'm advised the neighbors are supportive with no concerns. Not only Councillor Grimes would also echoes what community planning does, but anyway, he didn't appear to do that here. The question is, here's a very good question for Mr. Colucci. Are there any other examples you can point to of daycares with 24 spaces being located in a single family home in the vicinity or elsewhere in the city?
I mean, the childcare centers that we work on are in all sorts of buildings, from condominiums to churches to mixed-use type buildings. So, do I know of one in this vicinity that's in a single-family house? No, I don't.
Okay, what do you mean by a condominium? Would you mean like in a multi-purpose area of a condo, or in one of the condominium residences?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which
Ground
one?
floor condominium, second floor with outdoor play on a roof terrace.
Yeah, like not in an apartment, not in a condo unit, but in not in a residential dwelling unit, but in one of the other spaces. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, not in a studio condo itself, but as part of the condominium development. Yes.
Okay, well, to me that's a little different than what you're proposing. Anyway, any other?
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the thing.
Yeah, I just asked, do you have any examples of daycares in single-family homes, either with or without sidewalks, or either with or without near an industrial area that has industrial cars?
Yeah,
in it?
so I do.
It's not concerned. I don't want to read in the paper that some kid got hit by a truck because they were, because of this daycare drop off. The question is, daycare drop off is a big issue in terms of where the cars are involved. And when I was on the committee downtown in Cabbagetown, where they were proposing this daycare, but the problem is there's no place to. It was a one lane with no parking. There's no way to stop the cars to get kids off.
100%. It's an issue even on TDSB sites and whatnot. But I do have an example, which is at Somerset Avenue, which is not in the immediate vicinity of this. It's slightly east, but there is a licensed daycare in a single-family home on Somerset Avenue.
Yeah. For how many? For 24 children?
I would have to confirm the number. It's a licensed daycare, so it's definitely not like the 3 kids that was suggested before. So,
gotcha. Okay,
it
thank you.
It might be 18.
Okay. Members, questions or a motion?
Both. I'm assuming this has been in operation for some time now.
No, it's not an operation because it's awaiting a variance.
I see. Because I thought there was some discussion about you were previously going to be given 5 years. So this hasn't started at all.
No.
Correct. It's been in
I see.
limbo.
Okay. Okay. No, I thought maybe you had a time limit and it had expired. We're coming back.
Yeah, no. I guess
No.
the confusion is originally you said they were discussing and the city was supportive and with a 5-year condition, and now they come back with a fallback to refuse, but in the event that we happen to approve, to make the condition 3 years.
Yeah, no,
That's it.
okay, I get it.
It hasn't been built. I guess they haven't done the work to convert. They're waiting for this approval before they go to the step.
I get it. From a use perspective, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's a transition point. You know, the properties to the one side are commercial, to the other side are residential. Across the street are residential. It's actually probably, in terms of use, it's a nice transition from the commercial to the residential. That's my opinion, anyway.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, there'll be a motion. Just for parking, I can see you could probably get 3 cars on there if you. Anyway, I'll move to approve, and I'll put a 5-year on it rather than a 3, and just to see if there's been any issues or complaints, and they can always come back.
Okay, there's no urban forestry or any other conditions. Okay, seconded for Mr. Komarik's motion. Okay, if no seconder, I guess the motion fails. Do I have another motion? Ms. McCluskey?
There's something that just doesn't sit right with me on this one. I think just the proximity and looking around at the open storage and the industrial uses and it being a daycare. I think there's more due diligence that needs to go into this before I'd be comfortable approving something. So I'm going to move to refuse the application on that basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCluskey, for the motion. Do I have a second for Ms. McCluskey's motion? Mr. Palmer? Thank you.
I think this is an entirely inappropriate location for a daycare. There's no sidewalks on the street. There's no room to maneuver cars around. And it's just asking for something tragic to happen.
And there's no discussion of drop off. The one in Cabbagetown, it was in the newspaper. It's hugely contentious. You had 20 people in favor, 20 opposed. And ultimately there was nowhere, drop off. People are rushing around to get their kids to school. It was a very busy street in Cabbagetown. It's like no room to pull over. It was so, I agree. We have to look at the issue with that. So all in favor of the motion to refuse the application? Okay, carries 4-1. Thank you, Mr. Clusi. The application has been refused. I think you need to do some more homework before you come back with this application, if at all, in terms of the details, as Ms. McCluskey mentioned. Okay, we're coming near the.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Sure. We'll return for item, I guess we're at 37 now.
Yeah.
So let's take a 10-minute break.
Yes.
And return at whatever the time is, 6:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. preview. Okay, let's do it. BLOOR.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. And we're just about ready to start the second session or come back from the break.
Okay. Okay, the next application is item, is it 27? 27.
Item number
26
37,
Orkney
Mr. Chair.
Crescent.
37. Item number 37.
Yeah. Did I just say 27?
Correct.
Sorry. Thanks for, I appreciate you correcting me.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
Just wanted to see if you were listening. Only kidding. Okay, so item 37 is 26 Orkney Crescent. It's an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. There is only one variance, the front yard setback. And we have on this application, arborist site plan, cover letter, arborist report. Planning is looking for a condition of approval. Urban Forestry is looking for conditions 2 and 5, a denial of variance 1. And the question is whether that still stands. That's it. The speaker for this application is Guido Costantino, and we have a neighbor from 43 Orkney on the line as well.
Mr. Chair and members, I'd like to confirm the area resident is not present on the call. We did reach out to them.
Okay. I think they're a ways away. It's not like it's the next door neighbor. It's their number 43, I think. Okay. Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Costantino.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Mr. Chair and members, we are requesting one variance this evening. The minimum required front yard setback is 8 meters, and we are requesting a front yard setback of 4.3. This variance is triggered due mainly to the property's pie-shaped lot. This variance only occurs in a small area, basically in the northwest corner. Please note that we have also proposing a single story in that location to be as sensitive as possible to the streetscape. The rest of the proposed new dwelling mainly falls within a 6-meter front yard setback. Furthermore, we have limited the front facade massing to mainly a single-story dwelling to be as modest as possible.
Right, and community planning is asking for a condition, obviously, to enforce that, so you're okay with that, obviously?
Absolutely. Oh, no
Okay.
question there.
And what about the urban forestry situation?
Okay, so if I can quickly pivot to that.
Yep.
I did prepare like a brief like presentation, but I don't think I need to get into that detail. Basically, we prepared an arborist report and we did a tree preservation plan. It was sent on December 8th, and for whatever reason, only half of it got to urban forestry. If you can see in the correspondence on the last sheet, when I saw that their denial letter came in on February 5th, which was Monday, I quickly reacted to understand what their issues were, and I found out that they were missing some more detailed information. I feel confident that with this new information, or urban forestry would approve of our new direction, and I'm asking for the committee to approve our single variance, subject to forestry approval.
Okay, so and you'll go in with the, I guess, the condition 2. The issue is, I guess, is there still room? There's an existing tree in the front yard, maybe, and whether it's affected by the front yard, you know, the new front yard setback that you're asking for. If it would already be affected by, even if you were back, then that's not the case. But you're saying you're going to work it out with urban forestry.
Yeah, right now it's just a matter of driveway and how we go about digging. And we proposed hand digging. We also proposed that we call urban forestry, or sorry, TPPR 3 days in advance so they can be present when we're working around that area. It could be supervised by an arborist on our dime. So our client is very much tied to that tree. They have no intention of cutting it or losing it, and we'll do everything they can to save it.
Okay, great. Members, any questions?
Just wanted to clarify the forestry. In one place they're asking for condition 1, in another place they're asking for condition 2. So do they want both?
Probably.
Because the consolidated memo is saying 5 or 2, and then there's a dedicated memo which is requesting the city tree.
So it would be both.
I think you need, yeah.
On that basis, I'll move approval subject to forestry 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. Seconded from Mr.
I'll
Marks.
second it with a friendly amendment. I believe planning was tying it to the.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, planning as well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Regarding the front yard setback.
Excellent. Okay, all in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. Mr. Cousins.
Very much.
Okay.
All right, good night.
Thank you. Item number 38, also this one matter was deferred from the December 8th, 2022 hearing. And we have a revised notice for the purpose of under a waiver. It's for a detached dwelling with an attached garage. There were 7 variances. There are now 6. 4 of those have been revised. They eliminated the lot coverage variance. Planning is looking for a refusal. Forestry to deny variance number 1, and we have support from number 44 next door. Suburban Forestry is again condition 2 and or 5. And I'm not sure, question, let's hear from the agent whether the changes satisfies planning's concerns. The agent is Nafisa Zangiabadi.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
This is Nafisa Zangiabadi from the agent representing the owner. This is 30 Apple Orchard Path.
Okay, we have negative reports from planning and from forestry. You've made changes, or did that to satisfy planning, or there was planning still concerned?
We actually sent this revised drawings with the waiver to the planning, but they didn't get a chance to review it, so the changes aren't reflected in the report that is on the website.
So we don't know if planning was satisfied by the changes, whether you went far enough or not in making your changes. So I guess if you'd like to make a presentation, member, would you like a presentation on this? Are you okay?
Yes.
Asking
So these applications.
Presentation. Members? Would you like Ms. Zangiabadi to make a presentation on this application? I take that as a no or a yes? Okay. Does anyone?
I don't think the presentation is going to, confirm or deny whether planning is satisfied with it or not. And I think that's our concern right now.
Yeah, their memo is dated January 24th, and they show the application before the changes because they weren't made at that point. The changes are rather
minor in some cases.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking, do we need to ask for a presentation?
Yeah, or does the applicant want to consider deferring to get a review by
better? Yeah. So, Ms. Zangiabadi, the members don't know whether your changes are sufficient, so perhaps you should be deferring, because otherwise the committee members are going to have to consider whether the concerns have or have not been alleviated, and it looks like some of your changes are pretty minor that you have highlighted. You took off 0.1 on the floor space index and like a foot on the main wall height. The changes look minor. So the question is, the member is asking whether you want to defer so that community planning, although they haven't asked for a deferral to review, they have given us a negative report because before the changes, their position was to refuse the application.
First of all, let me just ask the owners, but the changes that we made may look minor, but there are within the range that has been approved in the area, and we have prepared precedents in the presentation showing that the changes that we made are.
If you want to proceed at your peril, then you can do so, but please make a decision to present to us, or do you want a deferral? Because we have a negative planning report. Hold on, they talk about certain changes, or do you make changes after that?
Yes. Yeah, we made changes after that, so we would like to proceed.
This is a second set of changes that you've made?
Yes.
Okay, but you do see in the memo that they say the previous changes were insufficient.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So this application is to construct a new two-story dwelling, and I'd like to make some modifications to the variance just to make sure, because it wasn't reflected in the planning report. So we are removing variance number 1 for the coverage. The gross floor area going to be changed to 66%. Variance number 3 for main wall height is going to be reduced to 7.47.
Yeah, we're seeing that right on the application, not on what the staff. Yes, we can see those changes. Please explain why that satisfies the planning department's concerns and what we should approve.
Sure. Remove all these changes by removing the coverage variances leaves us with 6 variances in total. Out of 6, 2 of them are don't have anything to do with the massing of the house. One is for the front stairs for the porch, and the one with the balcony at the rear, which the remaining variances are related to height and gross floor area only. There is no coverage variance, no side yard setback, no front and rear yard setback, no length and depth variance, and the gross floor area and height that we're proposing are within the range that has been previously approved in the area. If you look at the supporting material that I provided, the average gross floor area in the neighborhood is about 65-66%. Some are even more, 72-74%. I don't know if you can pull up that presentation. Our GFA is 66, which is exactly double the time of the permitted coverage, which is 33%. Main wall height is 7 point, for 90% of the decisions in the area, main wall height is 7.40, whereas we're at 7.47, with just 7 centimeters above that, which is minimal. And then in terms of overall height, well, actually less than what has been approved and previously in the area. The average approved height is 9.85 to 9. We are actually at 9.67. So to summarize, you can tell that our overall height is less than a foot from what is permitted. Our main wall height is less than a foot and a half from what is permitted, and both are within the character of the neighborhood. We did remove the length variance and coverage variance after our discussion with the planning, and it reduced the FSI significantly to fall within the neighborhood character. This house is for a growing family living with the in-laws. There's no purpose of resale or rental or something or anything like that. So in a summary, if I want to summarize, we're basically asking in terms of massing of the house, which was the concern of the planning, we're just asking for a little bit increase in the height and gross floor area, which in terms of footprint complies with the bylaw in terms of all the setback and length and depth variances. We had no objections from any of our neighbors. We have actually a letter of support from our immediate neighbors, and we are okay with the forestry condition to apply for application for a private tree. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I got a question. We haven't addressed, I don't know why you didn't address it. One of the main concerns, the concern of community planning, say it presents as a 3-story house, which is a set of character, which is not affected by, taking 1% off here or there. So the fact that it looks like they're complaining about a 3-story appearance, as well as the fact you haven't disclosed, I don't know if you have a requirement to about the basement, whether there's going to be an in-law suite. I guess you're entitled to one as of right, but they do note, I'm just reading their report.
Sure. They said that the basement going to be a secondary suite. No, it's not going to be a secondary suite. They're going to just be, this is going to be a single family house. But the fact that it's a bit far there's no kitchen, there's no cooking facility in there. And in terms of the house looking at 3-story, I was in our original drawings, which it was higher. And then I have so many persons in the neighborhood. If you can pull up the presentation and see, there are houses in the neighborhood that are 2-story above the garage. I appreciate if you can pull those up. And we don't have a variance for the 3-story, and we tried to keep the height within the character of the neighborhood. So the house being a two-story on top of a garage doesn't really go over what has been permitted in the neighborhood. There are 6 or 7 samples that if you go down to this presentation, you can see there are even higher than ours. So there's no variances for the 3-story, and we just reduced the height to be within what has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Zanjibadi? Or is someone ready to weigh in with a motion?
Were there revised drawings submitted that showed these final revisions?
Yes, January 31st. And I'm okay if you want to tie anything to those drawings.
Okay, and how many examples of houses with GFA of 0.6 or greater have you?
If you pull up that presentation, you can see, I would say around 10. Do you mind just pulling up that presentation? Yes, if you zoom in to the second, the highlighted lines are the one with the GFA of 64, 78, 63, 65, 65. And then on top, there's also 64, 78, 65, 65. Highlighted those 60 and 59. So there are lots.
What's the square footage on the ones that are over 66?
Over 66.
Or square meters?
Oh, so you're asking for the precedents that are over 66?
Yeah.
Yeah. 29 Avon Park.
No, like what? Do you have the square footage for those?
No, not at the moment, no. But they're the similar lot size.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions or is someone ready for a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I think the application has been revised sufficiently since the original hearing in December. So I'm going to move for approval of the variances as revised most recently. They're minor in nature and meet the 4 tests. So I'm going to tie that to the plan submitted. No, maybe I won't actually. Forestry condition 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palmer. I have a seconder for Mr. Palmer's motion. Mr. Kamarick, your hands went up same time as Mishy's, but any comment? All in favor?
The only comment, I'm quite comfortable with everything except the GFI. I would have liked to have known what the precedent is from planning's perspective, but I'm going to take a chance on that.
Okay. Fair comment. Okay, the motion carries. It's approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Anjibadi. We'll see you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Item number 39, A, B, and C, 28 VENN Crescent. It's an application to for consent to sever the property to 2 undersized residential lots and to create a pair of semis, each requiring 11, one requiring 10 variances to the bylaw. This matter is deferred from June 2022. I'm going to ask Jonathan Bunkowski why it took so long to get it off. This was a contested deferral, which was a split vote. I and Mr. Taylor dissented. The matter did get deferred at the city's request, and that's why you see how many months go by. We do have an email from planning dated February 2nd, very important, that given those latest changes where they reduced, looks like the FSI from 1.33 to 1.18, there have no longer concerns, and urban forestry has given us conditions 2, 3, and 5. Mr. Benkowski is the only speaker. Welcome, sir. We're still online.
Some time ago, we had a new examiner assigned to us, and it
Mr. Benkowski, I think you're gonna have to start over. I just heard your last 4 words, but I think you're in the sentence.
Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
Jonathan Minskowski, Mr. Chair. Just to answer your first question, the reason it took us so long was we were provided a new examiner, and it just dragged on and on and on in order to get the revised zoning review once the new zoning examiner was given to us. So that's kind of how we arrived at it, where we are today, sir.
Okay, so you're back and planning, at least I've found an email. Is there anything in the additional materials, staff or Jonathan?
So maybe just to address the forestry issues, I can briefly review the changes if you like. I think they're fairly self-explanatory. The massing was largely reduced, basically in terms of the length as well as the side yard setbacks. The height was also brought down, as well as the main pedestrian entrance was brought down. I'm not often before the committee requesting a pedestrian entrance like this. I did submit some support material that shows the character of the neighborhood with both the existing dwellings that are kind of the older style 1.5 split-story bungalows, as well as newer dwellings that all have elevated entrances that would match, and in most cases actually are higher than what is proposed before you today. So in terms of the character of the area, this really is the character of this area. As kind of south of Eglinton here, we have winding streets that are hilly that create kind of drastic grade changes, sometimes within its own property. In terms of the forestry report, I'm a little surprised by it. In terms of the issue they have is with a private tree that's on an angle in the rear yard on a slope. So I'm a little surprised that forestry is objecting to the removal of that, seeing as, again, it has a lean to it, and it is on the slope, and that is not a product of the consent application that is before you today. The dwellings that are before you today only have a building length proposed of 14.02 meters. So in terms of what is being proposed, it is not egregious in terms of a building length variance that would come into that portion of that TPZ at the rear. In terms of the loss of viable planting space at the front, I believe our request is for a 1% reduction. This portion of VENN Crescent has no sidewalk. There are extremely large boulevards, and if you actually were to look at the site plan, and the actual porch and stairs actually encroach onto city land. In order to achieve the averaging of the adjacent dwellings to the east and the west for a front yard setback, these dwellings are pushed basically onto the road with a very large, generous boulevard that extends to VENN. Again, that is to be extensively landscaped. So the actual portion of the dwelling that sits on the site, yes, is pushed forward, which creates that sort of very minimal reduction of about 1% of that front yard landscaping. We worked extensively with planning to arrive at a built form that they were comfortable with. And yes, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, I wanted to move forward at the initial hearing. We were issued a decision deferral from the committee, and we're back again now with plannings. I don't want to say support, but non-objection to the proposal.
I'm just looking at your soft landscaping. Maybe it's 2%, but it's less than 1/10 of a meter.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there's just no opportunity for any landscaping at the front because of the property. And the overhead pictures that I submitted in my support material really show you what's there, what's on the street, in terms of where they fit in relation to the property lines.
Okay. And you're okay then if with urban forest, you're looking for conditions 2 and 3 in addition to the 5?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, members, any questions for Mr. Benkowski or someone ready for a motion?
I'm one question, and I'm good for the motion, but your Heritage is also chiming in with conditions. You're aware of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am aware, Mr. Kumarik.
I am a little surprised at that, but
these are coming up more and more. I'm not sure why. It wasn't both forestry as well as heritage were not commenters on the first go round we had back in June. Both of these are new comments.
I'm just at a loss as to what they think they could find there, but anyway.
I've done numerous of these. I've never had one go past the stage 1 archaeological assessment. So I'm not. I'd be surprised if I ever found a stage 2, but I've never had one go past the stage.
So you're not worried about that one?
Other than it being time and money, no,
Yeah.
no, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, that was my only question. Otherwise, I believe this proposal has merit, meets the 4 tests, and I would like to move a motion for the severance and then a separate motion for the variances sought with the conditions of forestry 2 and 3, with the heritage 4 conditions, and the usual ECS conditions of severance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Komaric. Seconder for that motion? Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? You have unanimous approval, Mr. Binkowski. Thanks so much for staying this late into the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Okay. Last application, a 3 o'clock hearing. I'm going to ask Mr. Dome, the applicant, and the neighbor at 73 to kindly agree to refrain from me reading the opening remarks for the 3 o'clock agenda. It's an application, 82 Chiswick Avenue. Let's get to it here. I'm usually ready to go of the next one. Okay, so this is an application, legalize and maintain the existing rear yard canopy. Oh, I remember this one, I think. Was this a deferral? It's not showing as a deferral. There were 3 variances to the bylaw. We have an order to comply dated June 9th, 2022. We have planning acting for condition approval that the covered deck not be enclosed. 12 letters of support, 3 letters of opposition, and opposition petition. And that's all we have. The speaker is Joe Dome. We have a neighbor at 73 Renfield. Mr. Dome?
Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, I take it you're okay that I don't read the opening remarks to advise people what Committee of Adjustment is all about?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, you have this to legalize and maintain. Was this previously before us, or we did have another one like this? Because it rings a bell.
No, this is new.
Okay. Okay, you're okay with the planning condition, okay, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you don't have like a dermatologist saying we should all have this because the sun's bad for you. Okay, so any questions for Mr. Dome?
I have a presentation.
Okay, why don't you do a little presentation? We do have a neighbor present on the line.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the owners would like to legalize and maintain the rear yard canopy to provide adequate shade for their family needs, including their son, who is sensitive to the sun. The canopy replaced an existing one that was in poor condition. It covered the entire existing rear deck. Unfortunately, the owner did not realize at the time that a permit was needed for this project to replace the previous canopy. The portion labeled currently uncovered is planned as a pergola. After the order to comply was issued, the owner asked the inspector if he could protect the unfinished canopy in the meantime, as it began to leak heavily and make the existing deck slippery. The inspector agreed, and the owner applied blue skin and a peel and stick base coat to the top of the canopy for water protection. Now today we're requesting 3 variances. We feel that variances 2 and 3 regarding the side yard setbacks of the canopy are as a result of the narrow lot and are consistent with the setback of the existing dwelling. I'd like to point out that there is no rear yard setback or rear yard soft landscaping variance requested. There are many examples in the area of both dwellings and structures existing at similar setbacks. Variance number 1 is requesting a lot coverage of 43%. And impact here is mitigated by the fact that the proposed lot coverage is due to the existing rear yard deck being technically converted to a covered rear yard deck, as noted in the planning staff report. Although, as I mentioned, the rear deck was already previously fully covered, so the lot coverage was already at 43% under the previous condition for many years. The dwelling itself is existing non-conforming at 35.7% lot coverage. All in all, it's a 1-story canopy and will not have any impact to neighbors' privacy over the existing conditions. And as the deck beneath it is existing, not increasing, and the area beneath the canopy will not be enclosed as living space. As a point of comparison, just down the street at number 52 Chiswick, it was approved with a 40.5% lot coverage that has a external garage. Likewise, 29 Chiswick was approved in 2018 for a 41% lot coverage for a large two-story dwelling, which also has a second-story balcony at 10.4 square meters with interior living space underneath that did exceed the 17-meter bylaw in length, going out to 19.2 meters. And so we feel this would comprise a larger massing impact than the proposed canopy. And there are also a number of older existing dwellings on the street that occupy similar or greater lot coverages by appearance with external garages, such as number 27 and 93 Chiswick. And across the street at number 91, there also appears to be a dwelling that has almost the entire rear yard covered by a canopy. The owner has spoken to many neighbors and gathered 11 letters of support, including from both adjacent neighbors at number 84 and number 78, as well as 63 Renfield, 72 Chiswick, 76 Chiswick, 67 and 77 Renfield, I'll get to, 70 Chiswick, 90 Chiswick, 65 Renfield, and 88 Chiswick. It's my understanding that 2 of the 11 neighbors at 67 and 77 Renfield have now signed in opposition after being contacted by Vicky Teti. I believe that's she's at number 73 Renfield, the property in the rear. And she has provided letters of opposition and a petition with 16 signatures. And I really do need to highlight that that of these signatures, 71 and 88 and 69 Renfield have 2 signatures per address. And furthermore, Vicky owns 73 and 69 Renfield and has signed as such, but appears to have also included an additional signature for 69 Renfield.
Yeah. Okay, there's all these 12 in support, 16 opposed conditions, and people signed both. I want to know what's going on. What's causing all this? I think if I read the letters, oh, he didn't tell us it was illegal. He didn't know it was the previous. There's something going on here with this neighborhood. It's like split 12 and 16, and people are sign this, sign this. What is that? I'd like to hear. We're going to hear from the neighbor now. I want to know what the impact is on the Tetis, why or on other neighbors. It seems to really polarize the neighborhood and all these. I don't know if there's any overlap or what's in here, but let's figure out what's going on here. There was a previous one. It was up for how many years?
I don't know how many years it was up for, but quite a number of years.
Okay, and this one's bigger or smaller?
It's bigger, but as far as the lot coverage variance is concerned, it would be the same under the old condition.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Dome? Otherwise, we'll hear from Vicky Teti at 73 Winfield and get the alternative view on what's going on here. No one has any questions for Mr. Dome at this point? Okay, so let's hear from Vicky Teti. We have the letter as well. We can perhaps.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, good evening.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vicky Teti. I live at 73 Renfield Street. I back out at the back of 82 Chiswick and also 84 Chiswick. My lot is 50-foot lot. Theirs is 25 each. So 82 was an older home and got built approximately about 20 or 25 years ago. So at the time we provided, they asked for variances and we okayed it. Nobody had a problem with it. So now we're coming back, 20 years later. And yes, there was an existing deck. It was taken down without, I guess, any permits or applications or whatever it may be that they had to do. But I was expecting that they were going to continue building the same, I guess, dimensions that it was, above the current deck. Instead, we didn't know that. I mean, he told the neighbors that everything was fine, that he didn't have a problem, he could continue doing the work. So I just figured it was, it was legal until we got the letters and it's telling us, no, it's not legal and we want you guys to legalize it. So basically, I mean, from the back, I just put in a pool. And although there's not a real major privacy issue on their side. My issue is that if the houses just north of 82, 84, 86, and 88 someday decide, because they are the older homes of the area, and also just to add, there are a lot of homes in the area that have been knocked down and being knocked down and rebuilt. And as they get rebuilt, they're only asking for more and more variances. So my question is when do we stop these extra variances? They already got it once. Why are they getting it again? And listening to some of your some of these, I guess, previous presentations that we have. I mean, people go in with all these variances. You guys go ahead and you give it to them and all that. And then what is it, 20 years later, they're going to say, oh, okay, you know what, I want a canopy. I'm going to put a canopy on this. But you already got your variances. When does it stop? Will it be once they get to the end of my house? Right to my property line. So the issue with 84, 86, and 88, which are the houses just north to that, if they do eventually build houses, because 90 just got built, 92 just got built, and 96, what's going to happen is they're going to use that as a precedent. And what's going to happen is their houses will not be below grade, but their basements will be above grade. Because that is the trend on our street, on Renfield Street at 72 and 72 A and B. There are no what do they call them? Sorry, sometimes I lose my, there's no basements. So what's going to happen is these houses are all going to be raised. Once they get raised, they're going to all have balconies. They're going to have balconies because that's going to be the first floor, which is going to be 10 feet above, probably 6 to 10 feet above ground or whatever. They're going to be overlooking my property. So he's setting a precedence as to how far the next person can go. And that's where my issue is. And at the same time, if you look at the other side of the street, there's a lot of houses that are severance. And my other biggest fear is that they would probably take, you would be setting a chain reaction to those houses too. So when the houses on 69, 67, 65, and 63 were built and we allowed the severances, we basically said that they would not obstruct anybody's view. Well, if we approve this, what's going to happen is we're going to basically allow these houses or any of the houses that have been severed to basically build these types of canopies and extend their backyards and maximize as much as they can.
Okay, you have about a minute left, but I'd like to ask you if you can please focus on this application and not the precedent of what will happen in the future. This is the occasion by this canopy. It's not, we're talking about, you're worried about the coverage variance?
Well, I'm worried about the coverage. Basically, we've already allowed, the variances on the north and the south side in the previous application when they built the houses. And now they're coming back and now they're asking for further. And now they're also asking for, the lot coverage, to extend that too. So if for whatever reason you guys, that you decide that you're going to allow this or whatever, will it be enclosed? Hopefully you're not going to allow it to be enclosed. Right now, I believe the coverage is only picking up the covered version and not the uncovered version of the canopy at the top of the existing, how do you call it there? The existing structure that they put in. So the other thing is, will they be closing that off at a future date? Because basically they're just, allowing it right now, saying, well, in order not to get more coverage, we're going to leave it open. So they're basically saying we need sun. We need sun. I mean, we don't want sun. We want shade for my son, but yet we still have this open part of the canopy.
Right. The committee, planning is asking a condition of approval that they would not be enclosed. So if it was enclosed, it would be in violation, and I'm sure the neighbors, you'd be, reported right in a second. So they've agreeing it's not going to be enclosed. But ma'am, you were just talking, I just got to correct something. You were saying, oh, we agree, we allow severances on condition that our view wouldn't be obstructed. There's no way. First of all, the committee approves or the OMB approves severances. The neighbors don't approve. Maybe they agree not to object, but the neighbors don't approve anything. It's the committee that does that. But you said something about that they agreed they wouldn't block our view. Where,
Well,
how is that,
sorry,
Yeah.
when I meant that is that when we designed them and we worked with the builders, we basically said that we wouldn't obstruct the view of any of the current neighbors, and it was going to fit in with the neighbors from the back and from the front, is what I'm
So
trying
you're
to say.
saying what got approved ended up not obstructing your view?
Exactly. So right now, from my backyard, I can see directly right to the south of me. And if I didn't have this garage, I would probably be able to see to the north of me. But there's a grandfathered garage that's there right now, and I can't see to the end of the street, but I can to the south. And that's the way they were designed at the time.
Okay. Okay. Just to let you know that the neighbors don't agree. The neighbors make their position, but it's the committee that makes the decisions on this.
No, I understand that. Yes, but I just wanted my views understood. And when I did talk to the people at 69, 67 and 65, they understood exactly what I was trying to talk about. Because at the time when the applicant went to talk to them, he didn't mention and he didn't go with any of the letters. What he basically did was he just went around, and I believe he may have gone also before the letters went out. I don't know the timing of when he did, but I was able to produce some information and look at some of the supporting documentation that was available. And so I provided a little bit more information, and they were more comfortable with my my presentation.
Just to give you the committee makes their decision. They don't say, oh, there's 20 letters to 18, so the 20 win. That's not the way it works. So
no.
A lot of support and a lot of opposition at the same time with some overlap. And there's always the issue. What did they tell me? He told me something wrong. He got me to sign it. So the committee, that's why the committee sort of makes their own, has to look at the issue of, are these variances as this application to cover the port, to cover this have this canopy, is it reasonable and is it minor? And they look at the planning report, they look at what the neighbors say, and they make their own determination based on their knowledge here of what's making decisions. Okay, so having said that, thank you.
I did want to mention one other thing. I think the agent mentioned something about some house. I believe it's at 92. Sorry, is it 92? No, it's on the other side of the street on Chiswick, 99, 97, 95. I don't know which one it was where they've got major canopies, but they're all illegal. They're all illegal. I mean, I believe any of these ones that he had mentioned, I will have to confirm, but they're all illegal ones.
Okay, that's a good point. We'll have him respond to that. So let's just see if, okay, we've been going on. So let's, does anyone have any questions for Ms. Teddy? Or else we'll have Mr. Dome respond to her, what she's had to say. Okay, so back to Mr. Dome.
Yes, I believe the canopy on the other side of the street, I believe that was 91. Yeah, so I wasn't sure because that didn't show up in the Committee of Adjustment research request. So it's meant to just show the existing character of the neighborhood and what is there existing. I don't know if it was grandfathered in a long time ago, but there are.
Someone have a picture of this existing situation or the previous situation before the existing canopy?
We have pictures, but it's not on the file.
It's not on the file.
Basically, the previous canopy covered the existing porch.
Yeah, so we can figure it out from the plans, I guess. So
yeah, and so that basically was the same lot coverage condition.
Okay, it's legalized and maintained, so you could a picture would have certainly helped, but we'll go by the plans. Okay, please.
Yes, and in reference to the neighbor's concern over precedent, so I would like to just reiterate the dwelling itself is existing non-conforming at 35.7% lot coverage. And so this application won't be enclosed or add any privacy concerns over the existing condition. And as far as not setting a precedent in the area, the other property that she does own at number 69, it was approved. It's a full 3-story dwelling in an area that has a 2-story maximum, and there's no step backs or anything like that, and they have full views. They have elevated decks and full views to the neighbor's rear yard. So I mean, as far as impact goes, I mean the proposed canopy here is quite minor. And there are three other 3-story dwellings right next to number 69 as well. And there are other severances and other large applications approved with large variances and large numbers of variances. So I think what we have before us today, you know, in context, I think that given the limited impact of the canopy, the support of planning staff report, and the support of the 2 adjacent neighbors for whom the side yard setback variance applies, we do feel that this application is reasonable and minor in nature.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Miss Teddy, I guess I see she's directly behind. Is there a privacy fence at the rear, you know, either to separate the rear of the property from the rear of number 73? Is there a fence or?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'm sure Miss Teddy knows. Is Vicky Teddy, you're still on the line?
I am, but sorry, I was still mute.
It's okay. Is there a fence?
So there is a fence. We so that's interesting that you brought that up because about a year ago, the applicant decided that he wanted to bring in to put in a new fence, and he asked me. He says if he could make it higher than the 6 feet, and I said no. I said because it would be in violation with the city. I said we would need permits. I said we would have to get permits with that. So he went ahead and he did it with 6 feet. So I find it very odd that if we needed permits for our fence, that he didn't understand that he needed permits to remove the existing.
Okay, I just asked you if there was a fence. Okay.
Yes.
I have my
There
answer
is a
there.
fence.
A 6 foot fence.
6 feet. 6 feet. Yeah. But
okay. Thank you. You answered my question. Members, any questions? So we're going to go into committee now. So unless you're asked a question, we're in discussion now. Does anyone have any remaining questions for the neighbor or for the applicant, or the agent rather? Or is someone ready to make a decision? And I think it's planning looking for a condition of approval. Mr. Merrick?
Yeah, I find the application to be minor in nature and meeting the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval subject to the planning condition that the deck not be enclosed. And I'm sure that the neighbors will let us know if it is.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Merrick, for that motion. Last motion of the day. Well, other than, you have a seconder for that? Ms. Reddick, thank you. All in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you, Mr. Dome. Thank you, Ms. Teddy. And we stand, I guess, adjourned. We did a motion to adjourn. Mr. Kamarick, seconded by Ms. McCluskey. All in favor? We stand adjourned. I don't think we have after 7 o'clock, 7:02. So thank you. We had a little bit of a late start, but I think the day went very well. Thank you, and see some of you all next time, which is, I guess, what's our next hearing, Barb?
February 23rd.
Awesome. And again, as usual, thank you especially to our wonderful staff for doing all that you do. Okay, have a good evening, everyone.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks.
Okay, good night.